Hello. Um, Sorry it took a while for me to start talking. For some reason, like VTube Studio like just disappeared on me for a sec. It was a bunch of technical issues. But it's fine now. Hello. Yes. Welcome. Uh, oh right. Yeah, that music disappears. That's what happens. That's how I set it up to happen. But hi. I was gonna add a warning actually. Um, and I should have done this for the other games too. That's just my Twitch link. Ooh, that's a long list. But yeah, because like I mean, like on the other games, there were also warnings, but the way it was set on the website is just kind of like a afterthought. Like, oh yeah, if you're playing a horror game, you're gonna see these things. But like, I feel like for this one, I should at least mention it because it's very bold on their page. Like it's front and center. The first thing you see is warnings. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, I will try. Actually, wait, can I do this so it's on like the very tip top of my screen? Maybe? Maybe that'll look better. Content warning. Yep. All right. I just realized it's on the top of my screen, which means that the video I have for the text highlight has not played. There we go. Okay, this should work. A bit awkward, but it will work. Okay. So today we are playing Who is the Red Queen? And who is she? So it seems like it's like a Alice in Wonderland themed game. You know, because Alice in Wonderland is like a thing. It's a theme people do. I saw a whole YouTube video like talking about it, about how a lot of people keep on using the Alice in Wonderland theme incorrectly. Like, right? Where the basic idea of Alice in Wonderland is that there's no deeper meaning or context. It's just chaos. It's just nonsense, right? That's the whole meaning. So I'm gonna remember that. That's the knowledge I have going into this game. Other than that, and the warnings, I wouldn't say this is like a super horror game. It's a visual novel, but it doesn't seem like it's jump scary, you know. It's probably more a psychological horror if there is any horror. It might just be gory and disturbing at times. That might just be it. So, yeah. I'm giving myself a break from the jump scares. Would you like to turn on image descriptions? Uh, okay. Would you like to turn on audio captions? Uh, sure. Would you like to turn off screen shake? Nah, it's okay. Warning! This visual novel contains death, violent content, animal cruelty, imprisonment, and suicide from tall places. Yes. Oh! Can you stop being spooked by every single thing? She. Not even be spooked, like, can you stop making noises, she? Jesus Christ. Whoa! Is there music? I don't hear any music. Whoa. Options. Yo, wait, is this a Renpai game? This might be a Renpai game. That's crazy. Okay. Click ends auto language accessibility Audio cues, image description, self-voicing. Self-voicing? What? Are there... No, wait. I don't know. Effects toggle, auto forward time. Okay, skip. Okay, rollbacks. Where's audio? Oh, yeah, maybe it's the tab for audio. That's a little loud. Yeah, that's fine. Can't hear any music though. Emphasize sound effect. Nah, we're fine. Oh, yeah, make text speed really, really fast. Thank you. Alice? Oh. Yes, making it larger for my tired old eyes. The art is really cute. That's like one of the main reasons why I'm here. It's because the art. Yeah. Oh gosh, no. Okay. Yeah, this is all good. Oh wait, actually, controls. Yeah, this all same. Those are Spooktuber. Okay. Yes. 2021. Right. Who's the Red Queen? There's no music. Huh. Okay. Well, so this game has 3 major endings and a lot of dead ends, they say. And 8 CGs. So it's a good amount of game. And I am excited. Alright, let's go. I descended through a starry sky. My long blonde hair and red cape flew wildly as I looked to the ground below me with my blue eyes. Falling, falling, falling. I was falling. Down this rabbit hole, with no start nor end, I was falling. I've been there before. Where had I gone? Where had I gone? Where could I go? As if I was forgetting something very important, I fell down, 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 and down through a sparkling, shining darkness. Too bright to be dark, too dark to be bright. I must have been chasing after someone, after something. A rabbit? Like a girl whose curiosity was piqued by a rabbit with a watch. I was falling, 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 down, 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 again, again, again. This endless well seemed to lead everywhere yet nowhere at once. Either the hole extended very deep, or I descended very slow. Was I truly even going downward? Perhaps this was all a dream, a fever dream, or, in more words, a fantasy that would be as soon forgotten as it was had. I held just one certainty. I was Alice. Alice was me. Now then, just how long was I supposed to keep falling? The air brushed past my fingers, my cloak ruffling upward. A quiet humming breeze caressed my cheek. As if I could hear someone's voice, a pleasant voice, a woman's voice, I strained my ears for whispers in the wind. Is this a voice? Alice, what a time for madness! Without a bit of fear or vertigo, should you not have focused on topics more pressing? Like the darkness or the light, or how you couldn't wake from the stream. But even now, you were just falling, falling, falling. Alice, you just have my voice. What does it matter? With a thump, I came upon soft grass, and the fall was over. Not a bit hurt, I forced myself to my feet. Oh wow, clouds. Up above my head, the firmament whence I fell had not a tear in its blue canvas. Dude, I have not read such literature in a long, long time. Lurking because you're still sleepy. Okay. Thank you. This one is not as jump scary horror as the last ones, so I should be fine. Low-key excited. Down about my eyes, only unfamiliar surrounded me. What? I started on an exploratory stroll. Oh my god. Soon I stumbled upon a rabbit who looked like a girl, or a girl who looked like a rabbit. Perhaps the correct answer was that she was both a girl and a rabbit. She had white hair and fluffy rabbit ears, pale skin, and purple eyes. Her hair was tied into 2 low ponytails by white ribbons, a clock pin adorning her bangs. Yes, thank you. I did this on purpose. She wore gloves, an oversized blue coat and gold accents, and a red vest over a dress shirt tied with a black ribbon. She also had khaki pants tucked into boots. You see, usually when you play visual novels, because it's literally called visual novel, you won't have a lot of text describing appearances, so this is really weird. It feels like I'm reading a book. And I haven't read a book in a really long time. She looked quite scared as she stood in the forest clearing. She was even holding her hands to her chest. Not lingering much longer on the species of the rabbit for me, I called out to her. Excuse me? Calling out to her caused her to jump. Where was this place? Why was I here? How could I leave to return home? I thought of what to ask her, but she recognized me as soon as I spoke, so my questions were lost in my mouth unasked. She looked at me with troubled eyes.
Alice?
A white rabbit?
Have you seen Her Majesty? Do you know where she's gone? Where she could go? Her Majesty, the Red Queen. She must be taking a vacation of sorts. I only wish that she could have left this little rabbit a note. I'm in a bit of a panic, you see. The land can't run without its queen.
She then took on a distracted look.
Please, let me know if you catch sight of her.
I nodded. Who this Red Queen was, I had not a clue, but a tingling deja vu. What the fuck am I reading? Still, my acceptance of the quest let the red rabbit breathe out a sigh of relief. Just as I prepared to pose my own questions, she straightened her back in surprise.
I'm afraid I have to go. I'm going to be late.
For a very important date? The white rabbit dashed off. I wanted to ask some questions. Never mind that. Follow her, Alice. Although I chased after her with only a moment's pause, when I turned a corner she was nowhere to be seen. There was only a forest path before me. I found myself in a garden meticulously kept. There was a large white gazebo in the center, with a table and chairs for tea. Tailing the rabbit, I barely dashed a few paces. I hadn't realized such a place was so close by. Rather, I hadn't realized I had run this far. The conjecture tickled my mind that this world I fell into was a magical place, one with paths that pointed to one way but twisted to another. What an explanation, much more far-fetched than me just not knowing where I was running. I took a moment to catch my breath. Glancing around, I began my walk around the garden. Flowers and greenery all around, but not a person in sight. This place was beautiful. I wanted to meet the person who made it. Not quite a gardening person myself, I still appreciated a pretty place, and felt a swelling excitement to explore what sights could be seen. A reminder of reality then dampened my joyful curiosity. I wanted some answers, a way out and back home. As pleasant as dreams were, one had to be able to awaken from them before they turned into nightmares. Whether this was a dream or reality had still yet to be seen. Step, I walked around. Hop, hop. I peered over the bushes. Soon enough, I discovered the heart of the garden where one might sit for tea. What? I spotted a white-haired girl in the garden. To amend my previous thoughts, wouldn't it be right to say I rather also appreciated a pretty person? What? What? Alice, your narration is like super... I don't know how to describe it, but it's extremely... literary. Her hair was long and reached her shoulders, her skin pale and her eyes a light purple. She was also adorned with a regal blue and white dress that was so long it hid her feet. Her expression was quite distant and calm. I noticed bandages wrapped around her right hand, which was gently clasped over her left in front of her. Frivolous thoughts flew from my mind as our eyes met. Why are we going closer? Her gaze seemed to beckon me over, so I went over to speak with her. She opened her mouth to speak. Oh, white queen?
Are you enjoying the garden?
The garden is beautiful.
The gardener will be happy to hear that from you. However, if you have come here now, you should be searching for something. You We should first introduce ourselves.
She gave me a sad smile.
I am the White Queen.
Just like with the rabbit, for reasons unclear to me, I already knew who she was. Here, that should be as good as mine. Oh, here, that should be as good as a name. Your Majesty, my name is Alice. She frowned.
Don't stand on ceremony, Alice.
What? Oh, what?
Don't stand on ceremony, Alice. I am not someone you need to speak with particularly respectfully.
It's like, what? Wait, grammar?
You don't have to talk too polite for me. That's basically what I'm saying. Don't stop being polite. Welcome to my garden in Wonderland.
That sad smile returned to her face. Wonderland. I tasted a word on my tongue. I can't remember why or how I'm here. Not this garden, but Wonderland. Once again, she frowned.
I was falling.
Oh wait, that's no. I was falling, and I couldn't remember why I was falling. I was simply falling until I fell no more. I'm sure I've forgotten something very important. That pained smile returned.
You needn't force yourself to remember. Some things are better left forgotten. Perhaps it was fated for you to come here. Perhaps something is missing that you must find. This world must appear like a place of dreams. You should first find the Red Queen.
Missing Cream, whom the White Rabbit mentioned, was the Red Queen. Then came a troubled look. I waited for the White Queen to continue. She hesitated to speak of the Red Queen, as if the elusive royal would appear like a ghost behind her as she spoke. I tried to imagine what sort of person the Red Queen was.
She will let you return to your own reality. When you meet her, you should be able to find all the answers you're seeking for. As for where she is, that is for you to discover.
Do you dislike her? At first, she pursed her lips as if troubled again. Then came that same somber smile. It's like there's like a narration for every expression change in the visual novel, which is weird. It's like we have eyes.
That's a difficult question, Alice.
Oh wait, you know why? You know why? It's because I set the settings to do that for me. Oh my god, I understand now. The image descriptions. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought image descriptions as in like if we had items like they'll tell us like, oh, this is the description of this image. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Alright. Thank you, game. I understand now why it was so why there was so much text. Okay.
That is a difficult question, Alice.
So she's like that.
I'll let you judge the Red Queen. You might learn something new about yourself.
Shall I head off to find her now?
Why not stay for some tea?
Of course I'd love to, but it's not quite afternoon tea time yet.
A later time, then. Certainly to have a tea outside. Wait, certainly to have tea outside of tea time would...
What? Wording?
Certainly to have tea outside of tea time wouldn't do. I won't keep you for too much longer, Alice. I'm sure you'll be able to find that person soon enough.
Until later.
Later.
I waved goodbye to the White Queen, White Queen, and departed from her garden. Glancing back, I saw her gaze linger upon me. Okay. Here's my conspiracy theory. Okay, like my first theory is that we're the Red Queen, right? But, I feel like that would be kind of an obvious twist. But we're also wearing a red cloak, and like, we're the only person here that's like, kind of red color, you know? And Alice is usually blue color, which is, so the red cloak is like really strange to me. Yeah. And like, I don't know. But at the very beginning, Alice was like, yeah, I'm like 100% certain that I'm Alice. And I'm like, okay, so maybe you're not the missing queen? Who knows? No, I'm not gonna do the Mickey Mouse voice. No. I mean, unless there's something that suits it, but as of right now, no. Pretty anime girls will not get the Mickey Mouse voice. For the time being. I stepped into a twisting path in the forest. I didn't know which way to go to find the elusive Red Queen, turning left and right. To find the queen, I thought to seek a castle. However, the rabbit said that the queen was missing, so unless the rabbit had also forgotten something very important, the queen shouldn't have been at the castle. The Red Queen, she seemed like the Red Queen. She seemed like a troubling person. Talking is hard. The way the White Queen's face froze, tongue stuttering along at the topic of the Red Queen, made me wonder, was the latter queen a tyrant or a fool? The tutor at home liked to talk about kingship of that sort. To me, either or neither were fine. After all, who were the peasantry to affect the mood of a high queen? Oh, I almost knocked something over. I hummed and walked along with a skip in my step. Just as I reached a rhythm in my stride, I kicked a little something. An animal? That threw me off my beat. I slowed to applaud, my mood a note dampened. Soon I heard the chatter of a girl a few trees away. Seeing not much civilization here in the forest, I followed the voice of the girl. Although she was chatting, I heard her voice alone. Oh hey, maybe they're all girls. I passed by a few bushes and soon found a tea party in the middle of nowhere. At a table set before a tree sat the girl. Oh boy, okay.
Hello there. Hello, 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 hello.
Mad Hatter isn't, like, super refined, is he? I don't remember. So what I remember is that Mad Hatter, you know, he needs help. No.
Hello, 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 hello there, Alice. What did you come here for?
Her chatter ceased. Her mismatched eyes pierced through me in this place.
There's no room here at the table, so don't take a seat. No room, no room.
Oh. She moved the puppets on her hand, a sleepy mouse and a mad hare. Oh, okay. Never mind. Looking right to left, I could barely see the ends of the table set for tea. One person in such a large space. Conversely, she almost seemed lonely. There's plenty of room, Hatter. To make my point, I took a seat in a large armchair across from the Hatter. The chair stunk of flowers, as if to clear away the shadow of an unpleasant previous sitter. I sank back into it comfortably. Then I kept sinking, until I jolted back up with a shallow gasp.
Three's plenty of cloud. A cloud? Three's plenty of crowd. That's rude of you to say, Alice. Not very civil of you to sit down without being invited either. But whatever, let's just treat you as our extra guest for tomorrow.
Not today?
Aren't they the same? Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Every day is never a day different. But since I'd rather not deal with it today, we just treat it as for tomorrow. Dormouse and March don't mind.
You mentioned 3, but I only see 1. She wiggled the puppets on her hands as if to explain everything. 1 was her shelf, 2 was the first puppet, 3 was the second puppet.
I'm scared Alice might be blind. There's a side effect of being Alice. Don't worry, it's just a side effect of being Alice.
What? The pitch of her voice warped. I don't, like, is she... Oh, it's like the puppets and... Okay.
Don't mind their comments. She's Dormouse and he is March Hare.
She paused as if waiting for me to greet the animal puppets. I waited. She waited. The silence of the conversation bored me, so I relented to the Mad Hatter's wordless request. I was their guest for tomorrow, so a polite guest I decided to be. Well, hello there. There we go. Okay.
Of course, she was deaf as well.
Hello there, Alice. Between the puppets, I much preferred the Dormouse. If a puppet could fall asleep, she looked as if she was about to do so. The Dormouse looks pretty awake. I don't know what you're looking at, Alice. I felt some pity as that meant the March Hare would speak more.
What were we talking about before? A riddle? Maybe it was this one. Why is a raven like a writing desk?
Do you have an answer to that riddle?
You're no fun, Alice. Relax, I have some wine.
There is no wine?
You're invited for tea tomorrow, Alice. It's the obligation of the host to offer a guest a drink at tea time.
Maybe she was an alcoholic. Hatter, I can't in good faith call this time of day tea time, nor can I call alcohol tea.
Details, details.
What? Oh, right. Add some better.
It'll be tea time eventually, so it's tea time now. We're having tea, so it might as well be tea time, don't you think? What did you come here for anyway?
Although I couldn't quite say that I had come to this tea party with a goal in mind, I figured I might as well tell her. I'm searching for the Red Queen. Her brow contorted as if as she took a sip of her tea. Puppet sat down for just that moment. Dumping the tea away and rinsing the cup, she poured herself another drink.
Oh, her.
The Hatter placed her lips on the rim of the teacup and stared at me. A minute passed, all 60 seconds consisting of staring, before she ducked down under the table as if to find an item and popped back up again. Nice transition.
Stay and chat. Stay and chat for a moment. I'll help you with a little something regarding Her Majesty.
The Hatter poured me a cup of tea and slid over a plate of sandwiches. The plate hurled towards me, forcing me to hurriedly grab it, lest sandwiches spill all over my lap. Luckily, the cup of tea arrived much more calmly. I took a taste, finding Earl Grey. Is it tomorrow already? At the very least, it wasn't time for afternoon tea. If I'd known I would have tea now, I would have stayed a little longer to have some with the White Queen as well. It was not that people couldn't have tea outside of afternoon tea, but it was a principle of things. If people drank tea any time of the day, they would drink it all day. I sipped some more, enjoying the citrusy flavor of this black tea.
Today is tomorrow for yesterday, don't you think?
And if he doesn't think, that would be very rude of her to ask. She's just normal. Orthogonal? I'm certainly sitting up quite straight. But regarding the Red Queen, do you have some news about her?
I'd say I've had some business with her instead. Something to do with meat and flesh and all the other red things that a Red Queen might have to do with.
Aren't you a hatter?
Yes?
Not a butcher.
Unless your meat is made out of a hat.
What? While talking about all things unappetizing, I took a bite of sandwich with an ambiguous color. A milky sweetness melted in my mouth. I tasted some sort of fruit inside. Maybe it was mango or kiwi or strawberry. Satisfied with the pleasant sweetness, I took another sip of tea. This tea and these sandwiches are delicious.
Thank you, Alice.
You made them? Compliments to you then.
Wow, such flattery. Since you put me in a good mood, I guess we can go ahead with Her Majesty's matter. In fact, she's been sitting here with us the whole time.
What? I sat up even straighter in confusion. Glancing around, I saw no queens in sight, not a human nor animal besides the two of us here. The Hatter rolled a chair over and pulled a cloth off from over the chair's holdings.
Ta-da!
Nausea ran up my spine. On the chair sat a chunk of meat, dressed up in tattered human clothes. Still dripping red, the flesh seemed to ripple, undulating. Ew. Was it rotting or was it still alive? My head spun as I squinted at the thing. This thing resembled a human torso, with half a neck and chopped off limbs, dolled up with what could have been fancy clothes. This was surely human flesh. I sensed an odd familiarity to the torso, but also felt as if I was looking at it from an incorrect angle. This was the torso of a regal woman. This was raw human flesh. This is the Red Queen? An inappropriate question fitted across my mind. Can we consider it as sitting if it didn't have legs? I suppose yes. That's not important right now, Alice. I know you recognize that it's not important, but girl, really? I thought you said you weren't a butcher, Hatter. We definitely didn't consider this a hat. We definitely couldn't consider this a hat. Oh, oops. Having just eaten, the strawberry taste in my mouth turned into a meaty texture like raw pork. I could almost taste sweet, rotten fat. I swallowed. I wonder if this Hatter wanted to make me sick.
Yes, I'm a Hatter.
I closed my eyes and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Too distracted by the surprise, the feeling of my fingers almost felt like wet ground meat, even though I was sure that my digits were still attached to my palm. Yeah, The image lingered uncomfortably behind my eyelids, not with disgust, but with another inexplicable emotion. A negative one for sure. Took a look at the torso again. It seemed so still. I saw exposed bone and a shattered trachea. Why are you looking at it again in detail? The cut must not have been wholly clean, made with a blade sharpened not quite enough yet, but also not quite enough, yet also dull not quite enough. Yes, this was the Red Queen. I knew not why I knew, but a voice in the back of my head told me that this was the Red Queen, a part of the Red Queen.
I'm afraid Her Majesty can't speak right now.
The Hatter stirred her tea and popped a bite-sized sandwich into her mouth, munching happily.
Don't look like that, Alice.
The Hatter didn't dismember Her Majesty. Yes, the Hatter is innocent. Since only the Hatter spoke up in defense of herself, I wasn't particularly inclined to believe her, but whether or not she did kill the Red Queen, the end result sat before me. What should I do now? I murmured my uncertainty at this dead end aloud. What do you mean?
What do you mean? All you have to do is find all the other pieces. If you have anything you need Her Majesty for, all you need to do is put her back together. Have you forgotten, Alice?
That sounded mad. So mad I wanted to laugh.
This is Wonderland after all.
All I needed to do was find the pieces. I was right, Alice. That was all you needed to do. It would either be terribly simple or terribly hard. I hoped that no one had fed the Red Queen to the pigs or minced her up for a patty. Well, regardless, all I really needed was a head and... Well, all I really needed was a head and the torso if I wanted to talk to her, to ask her about the secrets of returning home. May I take the body with me? Alice, you were a civilized girl. Did you really want to lug around a piece of meat? Like... like you were some meat seller? Selling to the cannibals?
No, that wouldn't be fair, don't you think? Once you find most of her parts, let's just say the limbs, I'll give you a special present and help you out again. She patted a box off to the side of the table. The box was just big enough for a cat or a cake, or maybe something like a hat. Of course, don't peek or try to find out what the present is. It wouldn't be a surprise like that, and I'll be very, very upset if you cheat.
With that smile on her face, I couldn't see her upset. Only muddled sincerity came through her voice.
Now then, I've gotta grab something off the stove before it burns.
Huh? Hatter got up from her seat and walked away. Here I was alone with the Red Queen's flesh. It was missing all 4 limbs and a head, so to make her whole, I would need to find 5 parts. I hoped that my search wouldn't be easy. Okay, yeah, I should save here. Where? Here. This is red pie. Okay. Seeing as the Hatter was nowhere in sight, I contemplated a decision regarding that curious box on the table. Sneak around and peek. Listen to the Hatter. Okay, well, I mean, if we're going for bad endings first... I tipped over to the other side of the table and surveyed what was around. I couldn't help but feel the headless slab of human watching me, but I ignored the Red Queen's body, knowing that I would be seeing it often enough. Looking over my shoulder, I ascertained that the Hatter had yet to return. Ooh. I moved to find the present box on the cluttered table. The Hatter hadn't tied the box... the Hatter hadn't tied up the box particularly at all. I feel like it's her head in there, right? I can open and close it, as if I had never disturbed this mysterious prize to begin with. I cracked open a small gap so nothing could come flying out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Oh. Nothing escaped from the box. Instead, I heard a strange strangled noise from whatever lied inside. It's her head, isn't it? A gurgling, drowning voice that caused chills to settle on the back of my neck. In one go, I took the lid off the box. Oh. Inside was a head. A bloodied head. The head seemed so familiar. Yet... can't really see any... What is... You ever look at a drawing and you're like, I'm not sure what this is supposed to be? Is an ear and hair? Okay, whatever. It's a head. It's a head. Oh my gosh, she'd just be grateful it wasn't scary. Okay. That seemed so familiar, but I couldn't quite make out the face as the box had been jostled. Oh, okay. I squinted. Spinning. The world was spinning. A sharp pain burst through my temple. and I rested a palm on my head to stop a growing, pulsing headache in my skull. I reached out a shaking hand to adjust the head in the box. Okay. Okay, looking away. Step. Footsteps interrupted me.
I thought I only just said not to peek, Alice.
The Hatter brandished a hammer in her hand. The head and face a glowing red, as if it had just been left on the stove. What?
Cheaters get what cheaters deserve.
I backed up, crashing into the table, nearly tripping on my own cloak. She raised her arm with the hammer in hand and... Okay. Yeah, okay. I figured, but okay. I thought there was gonna be a jump scare, a scary CG. No. Death 1? They're gonna count my deaths? Script scene, 9%. Oh. Well, yeah, I mean... Okay, let's go back and load. So yeah, it is the queen's head in there. What's with the clock noise? But like, it feels like, what was it? Right, like, I'm not quite sure, like, what was the description? Something about it being, like, cooked on a stove or something? I don't know, that concerns me. Anyway. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. I shook my head. Instead of antagonizing the Hatter needlessly, I decided to take another sip of tea. I would see what was inside the box eventually. Oh my god, that animation. Walking in. The Hatter returned soon enough. Dude, if they did that for, like, that last dead end that we just went through, I would have cried. The Hatter returned soon enough. In her hand was a hammer, glowing bright with heat. Oh, that's what they were talking about. She chucked it to the side with a thump and let the metal sizzle on the ground. What was the hammer for?
Does a hammer need a reason to be? Anyway, go. Go ahead and try to find some of the Red Queen's body. An arm, a head, or maybe two. Just bring them back here for me to attach to this.
She pointed to the torso.
It'll still be tea time when you come back. Let's just count you as an extra guest for the next tomorrow as well.
To be exact with time, now was not tea time. What? I suppose there's not much else to do here. I looked at my empty cup of Earl Grey and lifted myself up from the armchair. For what it was worth, I quite enjoyed this odd hour tea. Shaking my legs just to make sure they hadn't fallen asleep, I started to leave. Until later. I can't say that. She leaned back into her chair and made a lazy wave my way. Somehow she looked lonely. I'm gonna get some water. Hold on. Man, usually I'm fine reading a lot of stuff. Maybe there's just a lot of narration, I think. That's the issue. That's the key difference between this and the last couple of games. I returned to another forest path, walking forward and forward. Yes. Stay hydrated, okay? Even if you're being spooked with gore and blood, and I guess that's one way to stay hydrated. Humans are made of 70% water. I returned to another forest path, walking forward and forward. After moving for a while, I realized that I had no idea where I was going. In simpler words, I was lost. I walked around in a few circles before looking upward. Oh, let's go, cat girls! Above I saw a cat. A cat who resembled a girl, or a girl who resembled a cat, leisurely stood on the tall branch of the tree. So I saw Cheshire Cat was like purple. Maybe just Disney's just fucking with me, you know? But unlike the white rabbit, this cat, the Cheshire Cat, I couldn't help but wonder if she was actually neither a cat nor a girl, and was just pretending to be either. I met her cat eyes, nodding in silent greeting. Her grin stretched across her face as she stared right back. Sharp teeth filled her mouth and claws adorned her hands. This was probably a cat. Cheshire, flame that was her tail flickered. She hopped down to meet me closer. I don't suppose you tell me which way I should go? I posed a silly question that I expected no answer for. After all, I was asking a cat for directions. I don't know.
Depends on where... depends on where you want to go.
To my surprise, I received a response. To find the Red Queen.
The crazy one.
No, it's too soft.
It's too soft. Are you sure you prefer not to go with the nice one?
The one I'm searching for is the Red Queen.
Alright, the Mad Queen. Then again, we're all mad around here. That is, except for Her Majesty and... Her Majesty the White Queen. She's too sad to be mad. If you're looking for the Red Queen, up, up, down, down, left, right might help. Self-awareness, Alice. Self-awareness.
Cheshire Cat vanished into thin air. Soon enough, she reappeared.
Just go to the White Queen instead. Maybe you'll find something on the way.
She started to fade away again before popping back.
I forgot to ask, how's the Hatter doing?
She seemed to be fine. It's still tea time over there.
Mehehe.
Mehehe.
Mehehe. It's always tea time with that one.
Suddenly a lisp.
It's always tea time with that one.
A third time she disappeared, leaving a grin lingering in the air, before that too vanished. This was a grin without a cat instead of a cat without a grin. The third time was the charm. The cat did not return. I can't say I've seen a cat quite like that before. Then again, Cheshire wasn't really a cat. Walking a few tree lengths more, I mulled over the odd advice she gave me. Go up, up, down, down, left, right. Okay, let me save. Actually, we don't need to keep... We can save over this one. Okay. Let's go up, up, down, down, left, right. Okay. I tried to remember what the Cheshire Cat had said, speaking the pattern of directions out loud to beat. Up, up, down, down, left, right? I felt as if I had missed a few items, but that was all the cat had given. I backtracked to the position where I met the cat and followed the recommended directions. Soon enough, I found myself at a crossroad. I saw no limbs nor heads in sight. Left was labeled right, right was labeled left. With wrongly written signboards, I chose at random on where to go next. Every few meters, I found a new signboard with its own pointedly marked arrow. Whether or not they led me to the right place was another issue. I slowed my pace to read the signs and followed them along. Today is a rainy day. I didn't know which genius thought to put a forecast onto a wooden sign on the side of the road, but I followed the direction to go right regardless. The sky had not a drop of rain in sight. Warning, cliff ahead. As it happened, neither was there a cliff ahead. Watch out for dragons. I looked for the dragons, but the dragons did not arrive. Shameful. At some point, the text on the signs turned into insults. Fool. You don't even know who you are. Stop following these signs. How many of these will you read? I walked and walked and walked. At the end of the final sign in the chain, I reached a clearing in the forest where I spotted the white rabbit talking with a limb. Talking with a what? Oh my god, it's actually a limb. What the fuck?
Your Majesty's left arm, please.
I blinked. Then I blinked again. Rubbing my eyes, I saw the same image. Yeah, it do be just an arm. The white rabbit seemed just about to prostrate herself to a living, moving arm. The arm, despite being an arm, had taken the higher position.
The ground here is dirty. You needn't crawl here. Shall I take you back to the palace? Or would you prefer to go to the garden or the courtroom? In fact, do you happen to know where Her Majesty is?
The arm smacked the white rabbit. Although I silently observed, the arm noticed me and began to crawl over, one handful of grass at a time. It moved like a snake, like a worm, like a piece of flesh and bone that shouldn't have been able to move. Its writhing struggle sent a shiver up my spine. I didn't know if I should pick it up or kick it away. I did neither, and it reached my feet. The arm proceeded to climb up my leg, up my cloak, cleaning like some sort of dirty parasite, making its slow way up until I pushed past my building disgust to hold it in with my hand instead. The flesh felt cold in my palm. I sensed no heartbeat at the wrist.
Alice, Her Majesty's arm seems to have taken a liking to you. If you find Her Majesty, please return the limb to her and tell her that her rabbit did her best. I pray she hasn't met any trouble. A limb coming off is an everyday occurrence.
She made quite the understatement. Yes, of course. How did you know it's the Red Queen's arm?
I would recognize Her Majesty's limbs anywhere.
Do you admire her very much?
Yes, of course. I respect Her Majesty very much. She united Wonderland into this kingdom and kept peace with a watchful gaze on the criminal populace. She is a decisive ruler and holds an agreeable worldview. This should be her divine right to rule Wonderland.
I heard a cat call her mad. A dangerous expression flashed through the White Rabbit's eyes for barely a second.
The Cheshire Cat is a known problem element here. If Her Majesty is mad, then such madness is in essence brilliance. Although I may not always be fated to be a favorite
Help me.
To be an aid to her is my greatest honor. I cannot be White Rabbit without Her Majesty. Yes, that should be how I view Her Majesty.
I gave the rabbit's impromptu speech a short round of applause. That's so awkward. Imagine you're just talking with someone and they get like a little bit deep or philosophical, right? And then afterwards you're just like, "Wow, man, good job. You're so cool." Like that's so cringe. Why would you do that? Balancing the detached arm in the crook of my elbow, the rabbit became flustered. She must also like you very much. All rulers had their dissidents and supporters. A certain man once said that a ruler was better feared than loved if she could not be both. Despite all that the White Rabbit said, I knew little more about the Red Queen. Red Queen is the ruler of all this land? What's your job, White Rabbit?
Yes, she is the highest ruler of Wonderland. I deal with a little bit of everything. Administrative matters, legal matters, and the personal matters of important people.
Since we've met a few times, I could say that I'm important, couldn't I?
That's right, Alice?
Huh? To my tepid jest, I received a response that made me pause. The White Rabbit took out a watch and jumped in surprise upon looking at the time, quickly returning the watch to her pocket.
Is it this time already? I'm afraid I must be off again, if that will be all. Thank you, Alice.
Hurriedly bowing a few times, she dashed off back to work. Okay. Having attained one limb, I searched around for another. Before I knew it, the day had passed, and looked towards the sky where the sun had begun to set. Letting out a yawn, I realized I needed a place to sleep for the night. What? I thought back to the parties who had helped me onto my adventure to gather the Red Queen's dismembered parts. Surely I can find one of them. Hatter. Yeah, Hatter. I headed back to the Hatter's place. As before, I found her at a table full of tea stuffs. She nursed a cup of tea and waved at me upon spotting me.
Just in time for tea, Alice.
From the sky, tea time should have already passed. Perhaps this was more like supper time, so I only flashed her a smile without saying anything. Oh my gosh! Paper raid! Hi, Saranoni! Oh, and thank you for following, Robo Kitty Cat. Oh my gosh, okay. I was gonna say, what was it? It's like Robo Kitty Cat, and the first mind was like, oh man, so you're like a cat version of QQ. I'm like, no, wait. Oh my gosh. Hi, welcome. We're currently going through an Alice in Wonderland visual novel that has horror elements, but it's not that much of a horror game. And they have warnings for gore and stuff, but like so far there hasn't been too much heavy gore. It's just like descriptions of heavy gore. So Yeah, they're really putting the novel in visual novel so far. I feel like I'm an audiobook reader. Okay. I've returned with a limb.
Congratulations!
I handed her the Red Queen's limb, which began to move upon entering the Hatter's hand. Holding it away from herself, the Hatter seemed to think of what to do with it next. She kicked a dog cage out from under a chair. And no! No! I wish. No. These guys are all... well, the Hatter is, not okay. Oh, right, and it's called, you know, Who is the Red Queen, but our task right now is to piece together the Red Queen, because her body's, like, all chopped up. She has her torso, but she doesn't have head or limbs, so we're looking for those. Yes, exactly. Maybe if we collect all the dead body parts and put the Red Queen together, we can date her. Ooh, no. She kicked the dog cage out from under a chair. Hooking the metal hatch open, she tossed a limb into it and quickly flicked the cage shut again.
Sit down. I'd be a poor host if I didn't let you sit.
I plopped down into the armchair. This is my chair now. I glanced around and oh my god, there are people outside. I glanced around and found I didn't see the two puppets that the Hatter wore on her hands earlier in the day. Where are your friends? I gestured with my hands.
They've gone home.
Oh my god, my voice is dying.
They've gone go home for a bit. March lives all the way over there in the house with ears. As for whose ears they are, I haven't got a clue. Are you hungry for rodent, Alice?
No.
If you say so, Alice.
She poured me a cup of tea and slid the key, cup, and saucer over to me, nearly spilling it over my lap. Soon after came another plate. On the plate was steak and vegetables. I should hope this isn't rodent, is it?
It's something else.
I should hope this isn't human flesh, is it? The Hatter didn't continue, but glanced over at the Red Queen's flesh. Yeah, like, what? 5 parts of Exodia. But the end result is that you build your girlfriend. My eyes followed the path of her gaze, not spotting any steak-sized slabs of meat sliced from the... Not spotting any steak-sized slabs of meat sliced off from the torso of the queen I sought. I let out a sigh. Taking a knife and fork, I cut the steak and moved the piece to my mouth. Tastes like beef. Compliments to the chef.
Why, thank you.
Apparently human flesh tastes like pork. So, I think we're in the safe zone. We ate together. For Hatter, her table manners with the forks and knives were impeccable, but each time I thought to compliment them, she went and said something odd again. The Hatter was a mystery to unravel. I don't have a place to stay for the night, so I wanted to ask if you would put up with me for the night.
I put up with you all the time. What difference does night make?
Where I come from, people sleep at night.
Sleep? You can sleep underneath the table or spread a blanket on the ground or just sleep in the armchair you're sitting in right now. Isn't sleep just when you pretend to be dead like everyone else?
Is this why you don't sleep? Hatter had terrible bags in her eyes. Does she? Hey yo. Conspiracy theory. You become the Red Queen once you put her together. I mean, my initial theory was that we are actually the Red Queen. But I don't know, seeing how she has like a physical body here, maybe not. But then again, we didn't actually see it. They didn't show us anything. Just red blood spots. The Hatter had terrible bags under her eyes. As I doubted she slept too much, she could have only been sleeping. As I doubted, she slept. What? What is this? What is grammar? What is talking? She could only have been sleeping too little.
Look at the time. Is it really time to sleep? Napping at tea time will destroy your inner clock, don't you know? Morning, afternoon, evening, since it's all tea time, it's better not to sleep.
I thought you didn't care about time.
Time doesn't care about me.
Are you perhaps afraid of sleeping?
What do you think, Alice?
She poured herself a drink from a bottle into her teacup. I turned to look at the bottle, which was in no way for tea. I couldn't read the jumbled words scrawled across the label, so I couldn't help but ask. Is that actually alcohol?
Tea.
Isn't it alcohol? Tea. She drank her tea, and I did mine. The conversation turned to silence. I shouldn't have pushed and upset my dear host. I wanted to pet her head and apologize. Okay. For she could drink or sleep as she wanted. As I reached out, the hatter recoiled. Hey yo, social distancing, bitch. She pushed her chair back from the table, taking the chance to move away. Then she dipped underneath the tablecloth, rummaging through her stuff with a rustling noise. When she popped back out, she held a blanket, which she tossed my way.
Then you want to pretend to be dead right now? Go on, play dead.
Catching it in my arms, I smelled a sweet scent from the soft blanket. I need to grab something because my headphone battery is dying, and I need to get my spare. Okay. Catching it in my arms, I smelled sweet scent from the soft blanket. The sky was dark. I started to feel sleeping, hugging the blanket a little tighter. I had experienced a long day after all, so perhaps it was time to go to bed. Good night, Hatter. I wondered if she was mad, if she would respond. But she did. What? Oh.
Good night, Alice.
Oh, that's a pretty sky. I leaned back comfortably in the armchair and began to sink. Sinking. Contrary to my earliest expectations, I didn't keep sinking forever. The moment I looked up at the sky, I found I couldn't fall asleep anymore. I didn't recognize the stars, the constellations that adorned the dark heavens. Tracing their infinite sparkles, I wondered who they stood for. I wanted to understand what was hidden past those mismatched eyes of the Hatter. Watch this actually be a dating game? No? Well, counting the stars, I eventually fell asleep.
We're on the Hatter route.
I dreamed of falling. The next day and the day after, I continued my search for the Red Queen's parts. Remembering that the Cheshire Cat mentioned the White Queen, I decided to give the Queen a second visit. I thought that I could easily replicate the route to her garden, having only recently been there. However, the more I walked, the more apparent it became that I was lost. I passed that tree to the right a handful of times already. I was going in circles, getting nowhere and closer to that beautiful garden and its equally pretty owner. Is Alice like, I can't do, the limp hand motion. Is she, I let out a sigh and chose a bush at random to walk through instead of following a path. My cloak saved me from being scratched by the leaves and branches of the bushes. I came out on the other side to a particularly tall tree and a large birdcage. Oh, what the? I spotted the White Queen inside the birdcage. Behind her was a leg. Hello?
You meet again, Alice? I hadn't expected that I would be trapped here again. I'm a little embarrassed that you see me like this. Your voice is a little too quiet, I think.
What if I give her a British accent? I contemplated just asking for the leg and leaving. No, that would be a terribly foul thing to do, especially to a pretty person like her. Although, in a way, it almost seemed like a good idea to leave a pretty bird locked up in a cage all for oneself. Alice, please. After all, how would you catch her if you let her go free? What? Is that the Red Queen's right leg?
So it would appear. To find the Red Queen, you may have to find her parts as well. Even so, she should be able to help you find your way back home. I'm sorry, Alice.
Don't apologize.
The key to my prison is atop the towering tree. Would you help me open this cage, Alice?
Yes, of course. Dinner time. Eat well. Agreeing to the request, I walked over to the tall tree that the White Queen gestured towards. How tall it was, I couldn't say. If I angled my head and squinted, I could see the glimmering of a silver key at a high branch above. I circled the tree, the front and the back, the sides left and right. They all looked equally hard to climb. As I pondered on how to scale the tree, a little bird approached. Small bird. I don't know how to make a bird noise. Chirp chirp! With all the talking animals and not quite animals in Wonderland, I had an inkling that this one might speak as well. Perhaps it spoke French like a French bird. Bonjour? Bonjour? I don't know how to... whatever. You see, I've been saying like words incorrectly on purpose, like to be funny, but now it's like actually I don't remember how to say things.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Oh right, the je sound. Bonjour. Unfortunately, I knew little French. My practice had grown rusty, so much that the tutors would be ashamed, but I tried to pull out at least one more phrase. What? Damn it, I should have just kept Google Translate up. What?
Où est ma chatte?
Où est ma
Où est ma chatte?
And apparently the English translation is
Where is my pussy? Where is my pussy? Where is my pussy? Where is my pussy?
hello, TOS? What? Okay. Chirp? I must have said the wrong words as the poor bird began to tremble. Help. 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 Oh.
Parlez-vous anglais?
You speak English?
Yes, chirp chirp. Cats, no cats, please. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chirp chirp.
I'm trying to get that key up there. What are you doing, little bird?
Chirp, just having lots of fun every day. Not doing anything in particular. Not doing anything in particular. Now that the Red Queen, Her Majesty, is missing, Wonderland is so much more wonderful. We can play and frolic as we want, chirp chirp. Auntie Bird got in trouble for breaking Her Majesty's laws, and
now there's no more Auntie Bird, Chirp Chirp. I was so sad, so sad. Her Majesty was so scary. You won't tell on me, right, Chirp? Chirp Chirp, you look like a nice person, Chirp. Much nicer than her. Much nicer than her. Oh, I see. I'll help you with the key, Chirp. Puffing out its little chest, the bird flapped its wings and took off upward into the sky. It flew and flew and flew, but soon enough became tired. Hey yo, come on, you gotta put in more effort, man. Not reaching the key on the tree, the bird faltered and fluttered back down. It dipped its head in disappointment. Sorry, I couldn't do it, Chirp. Kill the bird? Why would I? What? Am I a monster? What? Sorry. Jeez, Alice, what the fuck? Okay. Where's my save? Murder. The more I chirped, the worse its voice grated on my ears. I picked the bird up in my hand, thinking I should shut it up. You shouldn't offer things you can't accomplish. Chirp, chirp! Without thinking, I squeezed the bird in my hand. It let out a strangled cry and pecked at any skin it could hit, squirming and wriggling before it went still between my fingers. Now my palm was dirty, dripping with bird. I shook my hand as if that would help get rid of some of the filth and wiped the rest off with a handkerchief that I surely had to throw away. Hello, White Queen, I have murdered a bird. After the first failed attempt at the key, I returned to the White Queen's side. She looked fitting in the cage, pretty, like a flower preserved forever in glass. Again, I thought that she was beautiful. Really, she was beautiful. Alice, like, calm down. That's true, Alice. Even though I couldn't let her stay trapped, not to mention the Red Queen's leg. We come to report dead for her. You didn't see anything. Don't worry about it. I wasn't able to find a way up. Do you have any ideas for what I should do, White Queen?
Over there are some mushrooms. If you
Oh right, I was gonna give her a British accent.
Over there are some mushrooms. If you eat the ones to the left, you will grow. If you eat the ones to the right, you will shrink. Shrink. Yes, that's the word. I think they would be helpful.
Magic mushrooms? I was hesitant to eat mushrooms picked from an unknown wilderness, but I felt that I could trust White Queen. Why? I don't know. Well, this is Wonderland, isn't it? I had forgotten something important. The feeling of forgetting tingled in the back of my mind whenever I saw the White Queen. I feel like I forgot something.
Well, if you forgot, then it must have not been important.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Finding the mushrooms she pointed out, I faced a choice. Grow or shrink? Grow? I need to reach the key, right? I ate a left mushroom and immediately began to grow. My line of sight rose higher and higher as if I was a bean sprout. Once I stopped growing, I could reach the top of the towering tree if I reached out my arm. Fantastically, my clothes grew with me. I cautiously pinched the silver key and removed it from the tree, holding it lightly so as to not break it with my now giant hands. The key I now had, but the cage I could not open. I was much too big.
Magic will wear off. In the meanwhile, would you accompany me to chat, Alice?
That may be for the best. I would have to wait until I reverted back to my original size to open the door. Is the invitation for tea sometimes still open?
Yes, always.
Then shall I ask about what sorts of food and tea you like to drink to see what I might expect? What's your favorite tea?
White tea.
There's a white tea?
Do you prefer black tea still?
How did you know? We chatted for a while about tea, and we spilled some tea, and at some point, the conversation turned to flowers. Perhaps it was that she felt ambivalently on floral teas. Oh, okay.
You're welcome to visit the garden anytime. I couldn't find a way to the garden
today. Perhaps getting lost had been for the better, as I found her in the end.
Yes, that happens when I'm not there, but Wonderland should lead you my way if you think of me. At least for you, Alice. I have nowhere to be but the garden.
She paused, looking at something in the distance that I could not see.
Would you believe me if I told you that I can see the future?
I looked at her in the eyes and ascertained a calm surety. What? I didn't feel that she would lie, yet I couldn't quite believe her words either. I wondered what I had forgotten, what I was doubting. Rather than answer, I decided to play along. You change the future, you see?
Why do you ask?
Otherwise, isn't it lonesome?
I don't believe the future is predestined, but the solitude of such a power would also be the fate of a queen in this world.
Her voice sounded contradictory. Even for the Red Queen?
Especially for the Red Queen.
The White Queen spoke of fate as if it was trapped by something more than just this birdcage. I couldn't understand. We talked a little longer. I felt a tingling of my arms and began to revert to my usual size. The world warped and finally popped back into its proper place. I twirled around to check that all was well. Identifying no issues, I picked up the key and dropped it to the ground at some point and inserted it into the lock of the White Queen's birdcage. With a smooth click, the cage unlocked and I opened the door. The White Queen stumbled out of the birdcage, her legs still wobbly from sitting in the cage for so long. She let me hold her steady while she rebalanced herself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have to return to the garden now, but my invitation is always open, Alice. I'll see you later if you're willing.
Oh, right, the leg. She handed me the Red Queen's leg. Freed from the birdcage, the White Queen departed to return to her garden. After wandering around some more, I returned to Hatter's place with a second limb in hand. The day came to an end, but the Hatter's clock remained at tea time. She was arguing with her own hand puppet about some sort of song, some rendition of Tinkle Tinkle. The hair on her hand was flown back and forth. I waited it out, seeing as she started laughing by herself halfway through. Apparently she couldn't sing. Once her shoulders stopped shaking, the Hatter turned to me.
Alice!
What?
Alice, you voyeur. I see you brought a second one. That one is one, and this one is two. Good work.
The Hatter clapped her wrists half a dozen times. Alice, won't you join us for tea again today? Hatter made some scones.
Hey, with butter.
Thank you for the invitation, Dormouse. Upon my response to the Dormouse, she immediately brightened up. If it would make the Hatter happy, I didn't see why not just to play around. Just to play along.
Leg.
Setting aside her puppet friends, she extended an open palm towards me. I proceeded to commit by tossing the limb over the Hatter's tea table to her. I took a seat in my armchair, seeing her clumsily catch it in her arms. At my seat, there was already a cup of tea prepared. With her free hand, the Hatter opened up the dog cage and retrieved the other limb. Do you need any help with that?
I have everything under control.
Without another pause, the Hatter stuck the limbs onto the Red Queen's torso. The flesh sounded with a squelch as the muscle, skin, and bone began to knit into place. Still, a red line remained where the limbs connected. I took a bite of a scone. As the Hatter said, it had butter. The Red Queen's incomplete body twitched. Something squirmy under the skin. I spread some clotted cream and jam onto the scone. The perfect blend of sweetness made me wonder where she got the jam. It was very red. Man, I don't know, like, oh, whatever. Wow, that must have been some really pigmented strawberries.
Ow!
Single arm grabbed at the Hatter, smacking as it squirmed. The Hatter kicked the incomplete Red Queen, rendering the limbed hunk of meat paralyzed with shock. The Hatter forced its limbs off. A bit of blood and something else dripped onto the ground. Gripping with the writhing limbs in her hands, the Hatter popped open the dog cage door with her feet and chucked them in. With a thud into the cage, the arm and leg went. Good scones.
Thank you.
You mentioned you also had some business with the Red Queen, Hatter, but what was it? Something to do with red, something to do with flesh. I realized that I didn't quite know.
A personal matter, Alice. I prefer you don't pry.
I was the one gathering the pieces, so of course I wanted to know. Then again, the Hatter could just as well put the corpse together herself. A better question was how she obtained the first chunk of meat, but I doubted she would answer. I was curious. After all, not every Hatter keeps the Red Queen's dismembered body at their table, much less treats it like you do. The White Rabbit is searching for the Red Queen right now, you see? And the Red Queen is right here. At least part of her was.
No one likes the White Rabbit. Why didn't you tell her, Alice?
Well, I didn't feel like it. The White Rabbit was boring. Sorry. I was like, damn, bullying. I had the feeling that telling her anything about the corpse sitting with us wouldn't help me much.
You saved me from the dungeon in that dark, dank place. A hat's not enough for the cold. Dungeons here aren't for keeping, but for killing.
I see. Let's commit. What the fuck is this? Surely the Red Queen will forgive us for piecing her together. I much preferred this matter, Hatter. I'm like lost in this story. I swear I've been reading everything, but I'm still confused.
No, Alice, this is much closer to blasphemy. We have no choice but to beg the wrathful god for forgiveness, don't you know?
I couldn't help but think of Osiris, the judge of the dead, cut to pieces by his own brother. Treason. Oh! I see. Thank you, Zay. Then why wouldn't they just say treason? Why do you have to say it in fancy? Why? Just say treason. Man. not to like bash the writing, because like the writing's fine, right? But just like, you know, the fancy words, the way they word things to make it like extra fancy. I don't know what the word is except for fancy and, you know, making it sound like someone, the person who wrote this reads a lot, you know. And it's like, it's fine, but like, isn't the most important part of a story is to make let people understand it easy? Oh, whatever. They gotta be quirky. You're right, you're right. Couldn't help but think of Osiris, the judge of the dead, cut to pieces by his own brother. Even a god king, rather a god queen, could be chopped up and rendered helpless. The tutors would be proud of me for remembering. Is that so? It'll be good working with you, Hatter. I offer a hand to shake. Seeing her hesitation, I expected her to reject my outstretched hand, but she instead grabbed my finger with an expression filled with uncertainty. I thought she would try to pull my finger off. However, she only gripped me weakly and shook it up and down before letting go once more. She was a bit gloomier for the time after. Night fell and another day ended. What did I dream of? I must have forgotten. Only 2 more limbs and a head remained. I continued on my adventure to collect the Red Queen so that I could finally meet her and find a way back home. Step, step, step. I walked around this upside-down world. In between my explorations of Wonderland, I chatted with the Hatter, and she made a certain inquiry.
What do you want to do? What do you want to go back to at home?
What indeed? Alice, what was waiting for you at home? I counted off my fingers. 2 sisters, 2 cats, a large empty home, books, and tutors. With my sisters, Lori and Eddie, I was not particularly close. The older Lorina, and the younger Edith, intelligent Lorina, and precocious Edith. They seemed to live in their own world apart from Alice. I preferred the cats, a white cat and a black cat. The former was cute, a little beauty like the White Queen, and the latter a little devil. As for the books, our library seemed endless. We had so many books that I could drown. Maybe a pile had collapsed on me when I was dying, suffocating under the pages so terribly that I fell into Wonderland. The tutors would be so mad that the books were ruined. I once had a phantom stinging in the back of my legs. The poor ruler, I could already see it go red. That was my world. A boring, normal, plain world where animals didn't talk and corpses didn't move, where I hadn't needed to think of much at all. I was Alice, and that place was Alice's place. I fiddled with my fingers, grasping for the correct expression to wear. A smile. A smile was always safe. I'll be off then. Step, step, step. I traversed about this place, which was not Alice's place, my place. What? Man, I'm confused. I was walking around searching for clues for where the next limbs or even head could be when I heard the sound of conversation. Oh. I followed the noise. It's the furries. I followed the noise and found the oddest pair, a rabbit and a cat.
Ask the Hatter. Hatter? That Mad Hatter? She's more cuckoo than a bird, a real nuisance. The only silver lining is how now that rat and hare are what? The only silver lining is how now that rat and hare are out of the way. She's become more of a recluse.
Like the puppets? Oh, wait. No. They're talking about the actual rat and hare. But the Hatter has been making do with puppets. Oh, wait, is that what's up? The white rabbit is evil? Hey, yo. Maybe the horror was the plot. The real horror was the writing. Oh my god.
He's become more of a recluse. My ears are still ringing from the time we had to pull peasants off the street to sing for royal guests. The courts have stopped working, the kingdom's falling into anarchy. We've got filth on the ground left and right.
I need a more distinct voice for Cheshire.
Up and up and up.
don't know what voice. Maybe a lower voice? Up and down too.
Shut up, you damn cat. You fucking criminal pretending to be a cat. If you weren't so busy, I'd send the cards to chain you up and throw you back into the dungeons where you belong.
Scary threats from a rabbit.
Listen up, your name is still on the top of the list for execution, cat. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Now I've got to... Alice! Ugh.
The white rabbit made a puking sound. The blood drained from her face when she met my eyes. Hello? Did I interrupt a conversation?
No, not at all. Hello, Alice. I hope you weren't too loud. The cat and I were just making some small talk. How have you been?
Well enough. And you?
Well enough as well. Well, what about me?
Well, that's not a good voice. Well, are you well?
It depends. I'm a cat.
The cat's punchline met silence. Was that even a punchline? What? Are you two friends?
No. Yes. Our circles really overlap. We only managed to meet and talk today by coincidence. I'm hurt, Bunny. I thought we were friends.
What? I don't know what voice I'm making.
Cheshire Cat, please refrain from giving me unsolicited nicknames.
Benny? You two seem to get along. No, not really. They didn't seem to get along at all. I just liked how the white rabbit thought that she could lie straight to my face about what they were talking about before. Lie, lie, lie. That was what the queen's courtiers ought to do. Hilarious. After a short three-way chat, the white rabbit pulled me to the side for a private conversation.
I have an invitation for you, Alice.
The white rabbit reached into her coat, retrieving an envelope from an inner pocket. She held it out to me.
The Duchess has invited you to her endless party. If you're interested in attending, it is and will always be held at her manor.
I took the outstretched invitation. When is it?
On and on indefinitely. Ever since Her Majesty has gone missing, the Duchess has been holed up in her manor holding a grand ball day and night. If I didn't know better, I would think that she was celebrating.
Endless party. Ooh, yeah, the queen is dead. Ding dong.
But she wouldn't be so foolish.
I see. Thank you for the invitation. Tracing off oddly familiar wax seal upon the envelope, I fiddled with the invitation in my hand. I wondered where I had seen it before.
I live to serve, Alice. What a relief. A burden has been lifted off my shoulders now that this invitation is delivered. If it pleases you to attend, I hope you have an enjoyable time. The Duchess certainly knows how to throw parties. And the nobility of Londerland know how to party.
I tucked the invitation away. Is there anything else?
No, that is all. I won't bother you any further. Please excuse me, Alice, and have a nice day.
Bowing her head a few times, she made her way away. She made her way away, and soon was out of sight. And off she goes. We were talking about something too, that white rabbit. She only cares about the Mad Queen. I've got a little secret about the Red Queen. Just a bit of gossip. You want to hear? Certainly. I was in a bit of a stump trying to find the rest of the Red Queen. The first two pieces came along quite easily, as if delivered on a silver platter, but now I had to find some more clues. I waited for the cat to speak again, glancing at her flickering tail. She gestured for me to come closer. This is awfully close. When I moved in, she flicked me sharply on the forehead, causing me to recoil in surprise and sniffle back. I never said it would be. I never said I would say. Try fighting me later, Alice. Look, it's the face. Before I could respond to her provocation, she disappeared into thin air, leaving a grin floating before me for a short moment more. That is, if you can. With a flicker, the grin too vanished. What did the rabbit call her again, Alice? I ran my fingers through my bangs inside. Looking around, I was alone on my search again. She did the thing that the Cheshire Cat does. Oh shit. Okay. Um, another place to save. I'm gonna. Oh, I'm gonna yawn. I'm gonna check out the party because I probably can't find Cheshire. Or I mean, it would give me more of a headache finding an invisible cat than going to a party. I took out the invitation that the White Rabbit had delivered to me. Running my fingers against the paper of the envelope and the imprint on the wax seal, some sort of animal, I tore the invitation open. Inside, I found a card and read it to myself. Alice, the Duchess requests the honor of your presence at her ball. Today, tomorrow, time eternal. The Duchess's estate, the manor. You are required to bring a companion. What? Flipping the card over, I noticed something of a crudely drawn map. I followed the lines on the map and somehow pinpointed where I was in relation to the manor. I held nothing to bring to a party, nor did I have a readily available guest. I pondered about whether I should go or not, seeing that. Sorry, my throat, my. Yes, it's not. It's being a dick. Talking is hard. Okay, I pondered about whether I should go or not, seeing as that I could put it off indefinitely, but with the Red Queen's part still missing, perhaps someone there would know. A duchess should have been close to the queen, for example. That, at least, the tutors had mentioned. As for the +1, my mind wandered to my few human acquaintances. Yeah, I was thinking either the Hatter or the White Queen. Okay, let's also save here. We're gonna save at every decision. Okay. Let's bring the Hatter. I returned to the Hatter, who was having her usual tea time, and invited her. Hatter, won't you accompany me to the ball? I rather won't. Oh, our affection wasn't high enough. No, why? Alice, did you have to request it that way? Does Alice just talk to herself all the time? Damn it, Alice. I'll trade you a favor for a favor. If you come to the ball with me, I can do something for you. Take some pity. Alice has no friends. No friends, no pets, no siblings, no one. None. Do faces have flavor like butter? Like butter? I would say I have at least one of the above. Dating some fail, right? What sort of, oh.
What sort of favor would you offer me, Alice? A limb? A tongue? A heart? Alice, you don't have anything that I want that I can't get myself. A cuppa for your sandwich, Alice. Here's the salt.
I passed her the pepper as she slid the salt and cup of tea over to me. Fiddling with the salt container, I tasted a spoonful of humiliation atop my tongue. I have no friends. She says, I can talk. She says she has no friends. She really has no friends.
You have no friends? What am I? Marsh's favorite old buttersticks?
Well, if you would.
If you would.
She says it.
I would really rather not. A hatter doesn't matter around the nobles who just like to flatter. I'm no good with nobles. After all, I'm just a hatter.
For a second, her voice dipped.
A hatter is better off here all alone.
I barely heard the hatter's low words.
And it's also still tea time. How can we go off to a ball when we get to finish afternoon tea?
She stirred her tea, watching as I slumped into my seat and played with the salt.
But I rather appreciate you.
My heart skipped a— What? What? Why, Alice, just why did you find the slight smile somewhat charming? Alice, please, get it together! Clink. The sound of my teaspoon hitting against the rim of my cup broke me out of my thoughts. I looked down. Putting the cup to my mouth, I took a sip and found that I had put salt in my tea. Terrible.
I'll accompany you, Alice. When is this ball?
Any time.
It's not very nice of you to say it's not tea time here, then.
What?
It's not very nice of you to say it's not tea time here, then. Not very good of you to be biased against tea time, don't you know?
Alice, please, some standards. Alice is Gap Moe where one I don't know if it's Moe, but there's definitely a gap, right? Between Alice being the sort of I have to get out of here isekai protagonist and the Alice that is violently homosexual. We finished off our tea and sandwiches. After a few more sips, I sneakily dumped the salted tea behind my armchair. The Hatter put the dormouse and March Hare away. After lingering at the tea table for a few minutes longer, we got up to leave. She waved goodbye to the puppets, hesitant as if scared of leaving this place. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's definitely Catmoe. Then we used the shoddy map on the back of the invitation card to find our way to the Duchess's place. Alright. After a walk, we arrived at the manor. The Hatter shook her legs as if just that bit of walking had tired her out. Then again, the bags under her eyes conveyed that she hadn't slept for a while. A guard stopped us at the entrance. Halt. Please show your invitation card. I handed the guard the card. He looked it over, glancing at me and the Hatter before returning it to me. The guard gestured and led us inward a few steps through the entranceway. To enter, guests must provide an arm. The arm will be returned to you whenever you wish to leave the party. What? An arm? A limb? The guard nodded. Please provide an arm. What? Huh? Yeah, slicing it off. What? Do we have to go back and get the queen's arm? Like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, you know, people just casually lose a limb sometimes here. No big deal. The fuck? Okay. Uncharacteristically, the Hatter said nothing the entire time to the guard. She warily looked at his sheathed sword and shuffled behind me. You may not enter without providing an arm. Offer my own arm after the red queen. Oh my god, fuck me. Okay. Let's save. Save. Okay. Okay, let's I mean, I'm trying to go for the bad endings first. So, which one do you think would be the bad ending? The Red Queen's arm? I think it's the Red Queen's arm. Or maybe my own. Wait, No, let's do Red Queen. I crossed my arms and tapped my feet as the guard repeated his blocking words a handful of times more. While the thought of offering my own limb came up, I decided against it. Bad and oops. I mean, we can go back. Well, Because I feel like the goal of the game is to assemble the Red Queen. Would they cut off my arm if I offer my arm? Wait, hold on. Stuff is piecing together in my head. What if? This is true. But I've had this conspiracy so who is the Red Queen? We're trying to find the Red Queen, right? But Alice, who is our main character, right, wears a red cloak. So at the very beginning I was like, what if Alice is just the Red Queen? You know, it was just Alice this entire time. Right? So if Alice cuts off her arm and gives it to the Red Queen, maybe that's where, I don't know. The theories, they're coming in. I'm connecting the dots. I have so many dots. This garden was getting annoying, repetitive. Please provide an arm. Would this arm suffice? I extended my own arm to the guard, goading him to take it. If an arm the entrance required, then an arm I will provide. The guard nodded, leading us to the side and having me keep the arm outstretched above a table. He retrieved a clean, shiny blade. Oh my god, they're actually gonna cut it off. The blade glittered with the sun, like the moon. Slash. Oh my god. With a clean cut, my arm came straight off. It fell to the table with a small bounce. A sharp pain hit me in the next moment. I stumbled back into the Hatter, gritting my teeth as blood rushed out of the wound and dripped red, red, red. I could still sense my arm, a phantom pain attached to the bone. I clutched at the wound. Although my still attached hand never touched the flesh itself, it soon became covered in blood as it shook near the stump. A doctor arrived with some sort of medicine that she applied to the wound. Ghostly chills covered the hurt until it turned to but an aching. Once the bleeding ceased, she bandaged my injury, warning me not to remove the bandage before I reobtained my arm. Shaking her head about mad nobles, she left. So we cut off our arm, but it's under the pretense that we're getting it back, right? And this, whatever the fuck she applied to our wound, right, will allow us to just reattach her arm. What is this? Have you ever read, there's this, maybe I mentioned this before, but we read this book in middle school. There's this book, young adult fiction, it's called Unwind, and it's about, well, it's this dystopian world, and, where basically, if your parents are assholes, they can give you up their child. You can give their child up to be unwinded. And what that means is that they basically cut apart the kid and use their arms, legs, and organs as donations for other kids or other people, really. Yeah. But the way they do it is that they explain that they inject the body with some kind of fluid that makes it like, you know, that makes it so that they can use like arms and legs as like prosthetics, like real human arm and leg. So when you attach someone's chopped off arm to a different person's body, right? It will still function as an arm, but it's like flesh and stuff, you know? Like, I don't, it's some zombie kind of stuff. I don't know. Right? And like the arm will then also sometimes remember habits. Like, for example, there's this one guy who got an unwinded kid's arm, and that kid that got unwinded used to do magic tricks. So his arm has the habit of, like, you know, hiding the playing cards and doing that stuff because they used to do magic tricks, right? But the person with the arm has never learned magic tricks in his life. Like, it's something like that, right? Crazy. I only read the first book and I don't remember much, but yeah. Hell of dystopian. Yes, that's what this is reminding me of that. Yeah, the habit thing was really cool. That's why I remembered it after all these years. It's like that was like the main takeaway from the story. It was like, oh man, kids being chopped up and the habit thing staying. Anyway. Okay. Alice, could you attach such a limb? You weren't a lizard, but a mere human. A little lightheaded, I shook off the question. Alice. Right, Alice also keeps referring to herself in like the third person or something. I don't, like she's either talking to herself or she's not Alice. I don't know. Something's up. The guard retrieved my arm, placing it into a sealed box before handing it off to another servant who took it away to a safe place. You may enter, esteemed guest. The guard began to let us in.
Alice, why do you like this?
What are you talking about, Hatter? Wow, when the Mad Hatter is like, are you mad? Alright. Woo, ballroom! We arrived at the Duchess's ballroom. Although the hostess was nowhere to be found, servants milled around the floor with refreshments for the guests. Oh, boy. The queen controlling Alice. Yeah. Like the boulder. Yeah, it's either something to do with the queen or it's just a writing thing. It's just a narration thing. A quartet performed in the front. Food sat at the tables to the sides of the room. All around were faceless people dressed up like clowns. Clowns? I don't know, these don't look like clowns to me, but yo, if they were actually clowns, that'd be freaky. Faceless people, they were uninteresting people. They sent a few glances our way as we came without much fanfare. Yeah, faceless people. You know, it was as if their bodies were just one tone of color. Already I didn't like them. Perhaps it was their beady pig-like eyes. For all that they were faceless, I only saw clowns and swine. I approached the group, thinking to gain some information. Hello. Oh boy. Hello to you as well. The guest seemed very wary upon seeing me, but showed a displeased reaction upon laying eyes on the Hatter, who had reluctantly followed me around. And the peasant. Which one was it? Ah, the one with the vermin. Where are your little raggedy friends? The rat and the hare? The Red Queen's little pet was happy to see him gone. The rabbit's always been like that. Rather than the wedding, she likes the cutting. An animal in such a position, I really do not approve. Her Majesty likes it. But she's gone now. You shouldn't say that. Speaking of the devil, she will come. Devil indeed. Tis a shame that the White Queen's always been a fool. A pretty bird, but has a ruler? The Red Queen liked her well enough, and certainly from the rumors she's done something quite pleasant. For us, you mean? Don't think so. The group stage whispered upon themselves as they pointed to the Hatter as they were looking at a spectacle. The Hatter at the time was simply staring off into space. Is that lunatic glaring at us? This is a problem with the peasants. Staring at us? My, how uncomfortable. I can't believe the thing rolls around with the animals. The animals are gone. Talking. That's the least that Her Majesty has done for us in her petty red reign of pretty red rain. Now let's get away from the filth. The stench of vermin is unbearable. I must ask the Duchess about who can be let into her ballroom. A servant passed by with a tray full of champagne. One of the guests removed 2 flutes from the tray and offered me one with a slur in her words. If the alcohol... That's not a slur. You have business with us? No. I don't know how to slur my words. I shook my head and turned away. Drink should be shared only in pleasant company. Let's take our leave from these people, Hatter. Chitter chatter, chitter chatter. I noticed the other guests making snide comments on the Hatter and giving her the side eye while stepping back from all of people. What? Me of all people. What? Saying those things to my person, someone who was mine, my Hatter, they deserved punishment, capital or otherwise. That was right, Alice. What a shame that I had no such power. Okay. Theory, man. It's gonna end up being something like Alice is actually the Red Queen, right? Like, come on, right? You know, the whole off with your head thing is that's a thing that the Queen of Hearts did in Alice in Wonderland. Okay, well, whatever. We moved to the sides where the flood was, seeing as few people lingered by refreshments for long. The 2 of us picked up some cakes and snacks. As I tasted it, I couldn't help but feel that the Hatter made better food. A tingling sensation spread through my body as I ate. Hatter, what is this? What? My voice changed pitches as I talked. At one moment I sounded squeaky as a mouse, and the next as low as an elephant. Me too. Playing with the odd refreshments, we found ourselves speaking like animals. Meow. Woof. Meow meow. Woof woof woof. What is happening? What am I playing? I wondered what she said. She looked so pleased as if she had made the world's greatest joke that had just gone unheard. Next we tried the pudding. Discomfort filled my heart as if something dirty was coming out with each pulse. With each squeeze of the ventricle pushing blood through the I took biology years ago, man.
I hate this. I hate you.
Huh? I don't know how I deal with a bedlamite dog like you. The strong drugs. It's horror in like all the places you wouldn't expect horror. Like, whoa! Wow!
I really, really, really hate you. It's red. The red spot. I'll kill. You're dead, dead, dead. I'm so alone.
Hatter blocked her words and stuffed a cookie into her mouth. Bluff. What needs to be done has to be done, but once it's done, we should certainly purge. It's been a long time, I've got to punish that little bird. Your head will make a good decoration. There's not a worthy cell inside. You're a lunatic and a fool. Putting a hand over my mouth and clenching my jaw, I shut up as well till the distortion in my heart disappeared. I didn't mean to say any of that. The putty must have twisted our words.
I as well.
Had it, Alice? As we experienced the strange food, the other guests continued to mingle and dance. This was a ball, so ball things they did. Balls, yes, indeed. The music stopped along with the chatter. It was at this time that the Duchess made her appearance. She was a featureless woman who hid her face. Instinct told me that she was ugly, yet I could not see anything. Not disfigurement nor beauty. She existed as the Duchess, but could not be seen. She was only perceived. Oh man.
Tonight, we have a special gift to be given to a single guest.
She gestured, and a servant behind her came up with an item hidden under a red cloth. A hushed whispering ran through the ballroom as everyone guessed at what could be hidden underneath that would make the Duchess consider it special.
We are holding a chess tournament.
What?
The usual game that ends with when the king has fallen, even here when the king has long gone.
What?
Of course, the winner will receive the prize.
Oh, it's a leg. The servant removed the cloth. All around, the guests let out a collective gasp.
What, you might ask? Why, it can only be our dearest Majesty's leg.
There was a severed leg, the Red Queen's left leg. From the looks of the limb, it could fit perfectly onto the torso stump sitting at the Hatter's place. Wait, I just realized if we had to cut an arm off to get in here, yo, why ain't everyone missing an arm, right? Like we should have walked into this party and be like, wow, everyone's got only one arm. Like, huh? Okay, well, anyway. I don't know, maybe they're just being racist towards us. Racist. They're just bullying us, specifically. From the looks of the limb, it could fit perfectly onto the torso stump sitting at the Hatter's place.
May the best strategist win.
The Duchess clapped. The servants began to move out, setting up tables and chests in sets. What? Oh my god. Setting up tables and chess sets in a matter of minutes. With the matchup lists created, the tournament started. As I made my moves with Hatter, I thought back to all the chess I had played for the tutors. They would be relieved that at least I hadn't forgotten anything and everything. Losing each time had been a painful ordeal, so I too was glad that I remembered. Oh my god. The Hatter had a brilliant strategic mind. I watched as she flung her queen into a crowd of pawns, only for it to be eaten alive. Are you sure that's a strategic mind? Most of the time. Okay. They had colorful Really? What? We made our ways to the finals, where we met with the last opponent, not at a table, but in a cleared out space in the ballroom with a large chessboard overlaid. Never mind. The last opponent was the Duchess. Around her lined up stood 1 1/3 dozen soldiers dressed up in black like chess pieces. What is this?
Why, human chess.
Human chess? Where have I seen that before? Harry Potter! Harry Potter had human chess! Okay. And I swear something else also had human chest, but I don't remember. Okay. Oh my god, Harry Potter?
Chess is an imitation of bloody war. In this land without war, we must take steps to make life more interesting. That is what our dearest majesty proclaimed. I can talk. One of you two have to take the role of piece, and otherwise I will provide the other pieces for you to play with.
I exchanged glances with the Hatter. Even now, I couldn't understand what went wrong in those eyes, but I had already decided. Maybe I didn't want to see her potentially get hurt, or as no one here cared for the life of the Hatter. Oddest otter would have thought to have. I rather liked her. I will take the role of a piece. King and queen. Obviously I'm gonna be king, right? Well, yeah. Duh. Because if I die, we lose, right? So, like, I'm basically set if we win. Exactly. Right? Did I fuck up? Okay. King. I chose to take the king's piece role, for the king was the end of the game. While I was given a fake white crown and sword, I was not a soldier. Our white pieces shuffled in and took their positions on the board. Soon enough, the chessboard was set. A human-sized version of the strategy game unfolded. The Hatter started with the first move. Clang, clash. One by one, our white pieces on the board fell, almost like dominoes. Perhaps don't deploy the queen?
No, a piece on the board cannot speak. We are the players and you are but a game piece.
Pieces came dangerously close to me. The sounds of metal filled my ears. Warm blood splattered over my face as an overzealous knight beheaded our last bishop. Ew. Then guts spilled over my shoes when the Hatter took out the knight who had cornered me.
I've never been much for strategy.
The Hatter yawned and rubbed her eyes. All our pieces had died, taken off the board, but with a smear on the ground, aside from the pawns, whereas the Duchess had taken far fewer losses. I had a feeling that we were doomed.
Alas,
what can we do?
no speaking.
Oh, wait, so should we have selected the queen instead? Because if we're the queen, then Hatter would care more about keeping us alive or something? And then, since the queen is like the most powerful piece in chess, right? So, it would have been more useful? I don't know. Whatever. The game continued, and by mad luck, the Hatter made her way to the other side of the board.
Promote it. Let that pawn turn into a queen. That's how it works, isn't it?
I watched as the Hatter turned the game around with her remaining X-pawns. Never mind, we're fine. The Black King was surrounded.
Checkmate, Duchess.
Then we cut him down. The Duchess clapped her hands in congratulations. The servants cleared the floor, wiping it down. They made it once more sparkly clean, as if red had not just been spilled in a human facsimile. What? In a human facsimile. Why do you keep using these big words? I don't like. Why all the big words of a game? One came along with a wet towel for me to wipe away anything that had gotten on me during the match.
Congratulations! You are a true pair of master strategists. With this, the competition has concluded, and you two are the winners. Would you like to take your prize now?
Yes. The Hatter bobbed her head up and down rapidly. Hell yeah, leggy time! The Duchess gestured the servant over.
Our dearest Majesty's leg. Do take care of it well, lest she comes back and has you punished for disrespecting the crown.
She took the leg from the servant and handed it to me.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the ball, and the leg.
The Duchess left again with her servant following after her. She seems to have enjoyed the chess tournament. Just as quickly as she left, the chess setups were cleared away. The guests returned to eating, drinking, and dancing.
Let's leave.
She had no intention to say. Neither had I. having accomplished the unexpected boon of finding a piece of the Red Queen. What do you mean unexpected? That's like the whole reason we came here, right? Okay, well, whatever. We found a servant to leave and were redirected outward. He received the sealed box with our entrance fee and handed it over. The Hatter opened the box for me. Inside lied my arm and a small jar of the same medicine from before. My arm still looked fresh. I unraveled my bandage to find an unchanged wound. Popping the arm back into the stump, I felt a strange knitting sensation at the connection point. I applied some medicine to the arm. With a squishing sound, my arm was reattached. The only remnant of severance was a thin pink line that slowly faded into my skin. Right, so just like the queen. We exited the building and came into a garden. We had taken the wrong turn. Looking around, we spotted an exit at the far end of the garden, and Hatter made a move to leave. I called out to stop her, extending a hand. We didn't have a chance to dance. Let's dance. Wouldn't you give me the honor of one dance, Hatter? I won't. Damn it, Alice, you'll get him next time, Alice. You just need to increase her affection, Alice. I can talk.
Maybe just one with you, Alice. I can't dance. I'm dexterous with my hands, but not so much with my feet. Hatter doesn't fit well with these things. Isn't that a problem? She hesitantly stretched out her hand, fingers hovering over mine. Don't worry, let me lead. I took her hand and we danced. Humming in place of an instrumental quartet, I led her in steady steps, ignoring the way she stumbled over my feet. Left, right. Perhaps this was the most enjoyable dance I'd had yet. I twirled the Hatter around. She was so light. Alice. Alice.
Hatter?
You might not be so bad after all.
She made an expression like she wanted to cry.
I rather like you, Alice. Only Alice.
I rather liked her too. Hey! You two should kiss! What? Who said that? What? Did someone say that? I gave her another twirl and she let go. I reached out my fingers, but she moved her hand away. The Hatter hopped back with a skip and a spin. Thus, she stood by her lonesome.
Close your eyes, Alice.
I did as she said. I felt her roughly stuff the leg into my arms. I heard a faint tapping noise reminiscent of footsteps moving away from me, and then there was nothing. Huh? She just left? I waited and waited and waited. Alice, how long did you wait for her? I waited a long time, clutching the leg in my hands. When I opened my eyes, the Hatter was nowhere to be seen. Did she leave me behind? Although I walked around the garden, she was nowhere to be found. I decided to leave as well, taking one last pass through the garden. I made my way through the exit. A sudden vertigo struck me. I must have had a long day. I reasoned as I had held a hand to my forehead while trying to steady myself. My brain spun like a sloshed up pib of mud. The discomfort in my heart returned. This is a pretty sky. I leaned back against a tree to take a break, looking upward, eyelids flickering. I wonder if the sky had always looked so far away. My free hand, propped against the bark, slid downward unconsciously. The Hatter just left us. I closed my eyes for a moment. Darkness. I slowly opened my bleary eyes to the sky. A terrible headache battered my skull. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. So disoriented I was, I had no idea where I was. I patted around me and noticed I still had the limb I had just retrieved with me. My head hurt. Hearing his footsteps, I pushed myself to a sitting position and saw her. Saw her? Who? What do you mean saw her and then there's a choice? The Hatter? Oh, okay. Looking around, I found that I was at the Hatter's place. I started to talk only for my throat and to feel... What? I started to talk only for my throat to feel like sandpaper. Each time I blinked, my eyelids grew heavy again. A chill ran through my whole body. Uncomfortable. That was all I could say I felt. Although I had experienced quite a bit since coming to Wonderland, I had not thought I would catch a cold.
Don't speak, Alice. You're burning up, so no tea for you today.
It must have been tea time, for it was always tea time. However, today the Hatter decided to put the tea aside, even at tea time, for the sick me. She brought a cup of water to my lips, tilting it for me to drink. I drank and choked. Coughing and spluttering, I felt her wipe away the water that had spilled.
If you drink too quickly, you'll drown.
She handed me the cup directly, fingers just barely avoiding mine, but also grasping the cup firmly till she knew that I wouldn't drop it.
Drink the water slowly, Alice. I've got to get something off the stove.
Seeing that I had the cup in hand, she hopped off in the direction of the stove. I thought back to when we first met. At that time, the thing on the stove had been a hammer, so I hoped that she would bring back something more pleasant. I sipped from the water cup and waited, setting it aside once I finished. She returned with a bowl of porridge in hand. Sitting down next to me, she scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew it slightly to cool it down. As the porridge temperature settled, she moved the spoon towards my mouth. I instinctively opened my mouth like a baby bird. I couldn't eat myself.
I would rather have you not cannibalize yourself.
I was gonna make a joke like grammar, but she fed me porridge spoonful by spoonful. Once the porridge was finished, she put the bowl away and gave me another cup of water. While letting me sip the water, she wiped away the sweat on my forehead. You're good at taking care of people.
Really?
I've never quite had... My words drifted off into silence as I thought back to what little I had to say about taking care of others and being taken care of. Hatter, the limb.
I'll put it away for you.
You know me so well, Hatter. And, I could barely keep my eyes open.
Rest well.
The Hatter placed a cool, trembling hand on my forehead. Then into the realm of hypnose I fell. After a few days of good rest under the Hatter's care, I recovered to full health. I hadn't been so sick in years. Thank you, Hatter.
What for? Don't linger too long in this crowded place. Off you go. Don't you have some body parts left to find, Alice?
So I do. Seeing me once more healthy, she shooed me away. The Red Queen was nearly assembled, missing only her head and fourth limb. Onward, I continued with my search so that she could send me home. I thought back to the Cheshire Cat's taunting yes. Thinking of her taunting flick, I had no idea where she could be, for she always appeared and disappeared as she pleased. I had a quick chat with the Hatter to find out. Are you acquainted with the Cheshire Cat?
Cheshire?
She's scary. The tear in the mouse's eyes.
Always stays up in the trees. She's usually around the northern end of the forest. The cat always says she has business, so she can't stay for tea. Even though I never invited her. Yes, we're acquaintances, but we're definitely not friends. If you're looking for that cat, don't bring her back here. We're low on seats as is. Next thing you know, you'll have to be chopped up to fit in a teapot.
The trio of one gave me a jaunty wave. Sitting. Okay. Taking the Hatter's words, I started off to explore the forest's north. I walked down many twists and turns, stumbling across uneven ground. The path was rougher here, and the foliage was thicker. I found not another living being in sight, no cats nor others. After a while, I reached a place with two signs pointing opposite directions. One red cliff, and the other not a cliff. I let out a chuckle that they were straightforward enough signs, but I couldn't see where they led past bushes. Blocking beyond their arrows. Ding-ling! The ring of a small bell entered my ears, followed by the clatter of metal shackles. Cheshire Cat? I received no response. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty! Accompanying me here was only the breeze that would sometimes hit the leaves of the trees around me. I heard a soft rustling rustling noise, but when I looked towards the sound, I saw nothing. I tilted my head to look further upwards, and the world shifted. The air was pushed out of my lungs. A black and orange blur crashed down on me with great momentum from the sky, slamming me to the ground. Girl, please. If my head had hit in a different way, my skull would have been a cracked egg on the ground. I moved just in time to harshly bang my shoulder instead.
I thought I'd get it done in one shot.
The blur, the Cheshire Cat, filled my spinning field of view. She wrapped both hands around my neck, digging in with her sharp nails. Oh my god, we're gonna die. Her left arm flicked in and out of existence as if it wasn't really there, creating an unbalanced pressure about my throat. Her grip tightened, drawing blood. Gugh! I couldn't breathe. She squeezed even tighter. I tried to pry her fingers off on my own. My twitching hands clawed at her constricting grip and even scratched my own neck. More than the pain of the flesh wounds, I was going lighthearted from the lack of air. I just barely forced her off my neck. I wheezed, coughing to catch a breath. She grabbed my collar, gripped on the left, flickering in and out, and slammed me back to the ground after lifting me up a little. What? I couldn't even ask why she was doing this as vertigo overwhelmed me. Kicking and flailing randomly, I managed to push her off for a moment. I had to reorient myself, get to my feet, just roll away from her somehow. Which way? They're gonna pull some, like, what? Reverse psychology stuff and be like, actually, yeah, the cliff was not a cliff, and the cliff was actually a cliff. I tumbled through the bushes, rolling in the direction the sign said was not a cliff. Oh my god, it was a cliff. As I made good distance from the cat, I felt the ground disappear underneath me. Whoosh, it was all air below me. In desperate flail, I grabbed onto a rock on the cliffside with one hand. I should have expected this from Wonderland. My injured shoulder throbbed. As I tried to use that arm's hand for a second point on the cliff, I found that I couldn't pull my weight with that side. My uninjured side barely clung on. The rock dug into my flesh and my fingers creaked. A trickle of blood started down my palm. The rock as well shuddered as a hairline fracture showed itself. I tried to find a foothold with my legs, but even the slightest swing could throw me downward to my demise. With the angle of the cliff, I had no way to try. I winced.
Still here?
The Cheshire Cat looked down on me. Pacing back and forth, she pretended to contemplate what to do next, while her shoulders shook with mirth. I squeezed my eyes shut to try to block out my dizziness. Why are you doing this?
There had been a revelation that Wonderland was mad, that's all.
You and I were all mad.
We both seem to have forgotten something very important. Even now, I can't seem to remember what it is. You're just a bout of madness, Alice.
I see. Sweat, probably more blood than sweat, made my grip on the rock slippery. Amusement at seeing me struggle showed on the cat's face as her grin grew and her tail of black flame roared. I don't suppose you'd help me out.
Depends on what you mean.
She extended her right arm and grabbed my wrist. With a firm pull, she tore my hand off my rock and held me up by the wrist. I dangled in midair, feeling her lift me upward, and let go. Air whooshed past my ears. No! What is this? What is this Lion King reference? What? Oh my... What? Long live the queen. It's falling. Crack. Dead end. Yeah. Death 3? What do you mean death 3? Oh, wait. No, okay. I thought this was like a death counter. No, this is the third part. This is the third chance that you could die. Script scene 40. We've only seen 40% of the script. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. See, Alice looks like Red Queen. You know? She has that vibe. Anyway. Anyway, fuck you, cat. Cliff. I tumbled through the bushes in the direction labeled as a cliff. The signs around here had nonsense written on them many times more than not, and as expected, my chosen direction had no cliff in sight. I shakily got to my feet and watched the cat do so as well. She immediately lunged at me again. This time I was more prepared. I kneed her in the stomach as she approached, grabbing her right shoulder and twisting while hooking my foot on hers. Oh my god. Forcing her arm. Sorry. Forcing her arm down, I heard a slight cracking noise and made her fall to the ground with her thumb. Just in case, I kicked her away a bit. Her body was light like a cat. I'm waiting for an explanation. She started to fade away, but I stepped on her before she could get away. After a quick struggle, she relented and got up to her feet without any further fading. The cat snarled, dusting off her body. I hadn't realized who you were before. My cloak may have a hood, but you've seen my face many times already, Cheshire Cat.
Wonderland's twisted up in time. That sort of logic doesn't work here. It's mad. All mad. You might be Alice, but who is Alice? Now that's the question we have to ask. To start with, you don't know anything. You even know who you are, Alice?
I'm Alice. That is all. That was my sole truth.
But who in the world is Alice? An outsider? A temporary visitor? I've just about figured out the most important part.
If you figured it out, I don't suppose you'd tell me?
You are...
She pressed her hand against her head.
Kuhaihi? Somehow you're much too similar to the Mad Queen. Oh, about that Mad Queen. You've been looking for her, but let me tell you this. She's been dead for a long while now. Although I think you should already know. I can't put into words for some reason. Maybe it's just the way you look at the world, but you're definitely the same type of person.
In which way? Are you just trusting some gut feeling? Some delusion that I might be the same as someone whom I've never met? Or, as you say, someone who is long dead?
This world can't afford another Red Queen. Not even the chance of one.
She vanished, taking the chance in our conversation. Criminals needed to be locked up. I looked all around, hearing the faintest sound of her shackles telling me that she was nearby, but I could not see her actual presence.
So, why don't you do me a favor, Alice? Just go ahead and die.
Her voice danced through the air formlessly. You have no qualification to enact your form of justice, Cat.
That really is like her to say. No, that really is just like her to say.
She appeared behind me and attacked again. We fell to the ground to tussle once more. She clawed me a few times, but I gradually gained the advantage. The cat favored her right arm. Rather, her left arm acted transient, coming in and out of existence, forcing her to avoid relying on it. Her handicap forced her to falter more than my now numb shoulder did me. She fought like an animal. To be fair, she was an animal. Biting, clawing, and all the likes. She came at me with the intent to kill. It continued until we were both bloodied and bruised. I punched her straight in the face, causing her to bite her tongue and choke up a mouthful of red. Her head bounced on the ground, throwing her next moves into disarray. I hit the cat again, and again. Doing this with my bare hands wasn't exhilarating as much as it was just a matter of fact. I had decided that I preferred this nuisance out of my hair. I noticed that her right arm was stitched on. Wait. The arm she has? Is the Red Queen's arm? The arm felt familiar, as if it didn't belong to the Cheshire Cat. Alice, that cat was also a thief. I wanted that arm. I mean... Tear it off. I grabbed hold of Cheshire Cat's right arm and... Oh, oops. And pulled. The cat screamed. The arm creaked. Be quiet for a bit, won't you? As I pulled, I heard a myriad of tearing, ripping noises, sounds that human flesh should not make. She screamed herself hoarse, shaking under me. Feeling her erratic gasps, I figured that she could barely breathe. Her eyes dilated, crying. From the gurgling I heard from her throat, I guessed that she must have bitten fully through her tongue. Ugh. I dug my fingers into the arm even more harshly to wrench it off. Ugh. Slowly but steadily, I removed the arm from the cat through brute force. With a final squelch, the arm popped off from where it had been attached. The cat also stopped making noise around that time. Sorry. Blood splattered all over me, dirtying my clothes and the limb I sought to retrieve. Really a little annoying. The red dripped all over the grass around us. I sat on her prone body for a moment to rest. My god, Alice really is crazy. Maybe it's because we killed the bird. Looking at my handiwork, I wondered if perhaps I'd gone a little far. However, it was better to get trouble out of the way. I wobbled to my feet. I kicked the body, ascertaining that she was unconscious. Holding the arm in one hand, I dragged the cat along the ground. I left 2 trails of red behind me, one from the cat and one from the recently detached limb. In the direction labeled not a cliff was a cliff. What a convenient garbage disposal spot. My god, Alice. Oh my god. I hauled the cat's body as close to the cliff's edge as I could. Placing the arm on the ground to free up my hands, I lifted her and flung her off the cliff. An issue was disposed of. Jesus Christ, Alice. Now there's no more Cheshire Cat. What? Maybe it- wait. Because this does not look like the Queen's arm, actually. I picked up the severed right arm. The limb appeared different now that it was detached from the cat. The broken shackle about its wrist fell off without me having to do a thing. Alice, Alice, did you recognize this arm? Yes, I answered. This was the Red Queen's arm. A jolt of pain burst through my head. I did not know why I knew, and amidst my agony, I didn't have the heart to care. I stumbled, clutching my head. The world warped and blurred around me. I felt dizzy looking at the distorted landscape, or perhaps my dizziness itself distorted the landscape into an undulating thing that made me want to vomit. As my adrenaline drained, the results of the fight began to show themselves. My whole body felt sore. The raging headache pounding at my skull would not subside. Black and red began to fill my vision. Oh, the ground shifted beneath my feet. Maybe falling. Alice was falling. What? My words turned to darkness, and all I heard was laughter. Thump. Huh? At some point, I made my way back to Hatter's place. Hello, Hatter. I handed over the limb I had just obtained. At least, from what I could tell from the passage of time, it should have been only recently that I had taken this limb from its past owner. I didn't know. The Hatter took the limb and threw it into the dog cage with all the others. With this, you've gathered all of Her Majesty's limbs. Oh, so I have. You look terrible right now, Alice. Again. Like us. Like us. I'm tired. Take a nap. Tea time isn't going anywhere. Not unless time grows back and severed head and walks away, don't you think? We can always tack a little later. Thank you. I slumped back into my armchair, sinking into the oddly scented cushions. Good night, Alice. This may be the last. I almost feel a little sorry, but Dormouse, March, I won't stop. I didn't hear what the Hatter said afterwards over the raging white noise of my headache. My vision blurred, eyes becoming watery. Eyelids heavy, I fell asleep. Then I was dreaming, falling into a dream. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I dreamt of a throne. A dark and terrible throne. So horribly cold. It was such a lonely throne, but I on the throne was arrogant and happy to be alone. No, I thought even she had someone she loved. A beautiful person. Yes, that person she loved was a beautiful person. So fragile and beautiful that she wanted to slowly tear off that person's wings. The White Queen? What? Were the Red Queen and White Queen dating? Huh? Wait. But her love was wrong. If she wasn't happy, then she would lose everything. Alice, Alice, you were exactly this person. No, I wasn't. Was I? As I opened my mouth to speak, blood began to leak through my lips. The only sound that came out was an empty gurgle. Were you happy? No. I could not talk. I could not taste. Even though red dripped down my chin, I felt as if my tongue had been snipped out. Blood choked me. Gasping in nothing but liquid, I grasped at my throat. Alice, I was drowning in this dream. You were never happy. Never. When I woke, I forgot all that I dreamt of. I opened my eyes to an empty feeling in my mind. Disoriented, I nearly rolled off my armchair in which I had gone to sleep. I sat up and stifled a yawn, rubbing the bridge of my nose. I blinked. I blinked again, chasing away a haze. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. In the meanwhile, the Hatter brought over a decorated cake, much more elaborate than the usual snacks in her eternal tea time. It was a cake with cream and fruits, 2-layered even, with the flowers and pictures carved up with the food ingredients. I could only call it a pretty cake.
Just in time for tea, Alice.
As I got up from my armchair, the Hatter lightly pushed me back down. My behind landed on the cushion with a soft bounce. It seemed I could not but sit. She stared at me before sticking a handful of candles into the cake, lighting them with a match. Flick. The flame glowed on the head of the match for just a few seconds. After settling the candles, she began clapping her hands to an unsteady rhythm. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
Dear Alice.
a terribly offbeat, off-balance song she sang in her voice. She sang, and her voice warped as she said my name today. A certain darkness flickered in her mismatched eyes.
Happy birthday to you. Woo!
Didn't understand. I couldn't understand. I simply watched as she finished the song with a small clap and pushed the cake a bit closer to me. What is this for, Hatter? Certainly today was not my birthday.
Didn't I tell you? Don't you remember? You get a special prize for bringing me all 4 limbs, Alice. Since it's not your birthday, it must be your unbirthday.
All 364 days of the year. Picking up a knife, she cut out a slice of cake and slid it over to me. I caught it in a hurry, and soon enough she poured me a cup of tea that too came rushing over. I noticed a hammer on the table right next to the cake knife. She gestured, urging me to have a taste. The calming scent of the tea wafted to my nose and mixed with the sweet milky cream. The celebratory cake slice looked so charming, I almost felt it a shame to eat. I picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. My voice is dying. This is my favorite. After enjoying some tea, I started on the cake. As I ate, the Hatter placed a box before me.
Open your present, Alice.
Chop it open.
Smash it open. Any way you'd like to.
I surveyed the box, an odd and plain box just big enough to store an animal. From the outside, I could not tell what might lie inside. Words. Oh. I cracked open a small gap, afraid to disturb what could be hidden inside. Shadows blocked my vision. Saw nothing, but I heard a low, gurgling, drowning sound in a strange, strangled voice, one that sent a chill rolling up my neck. Throbbing headache hit me again. In one go, I flung the lid off. I thought it was gonna be turned to the side, like how it was before. This indeed is not turned to the side. Inside was a head. A bloodied head. Huh? A head. A woman's head. A girl's head. A head that should have been dead. A much too familiar face. A much too foreign face. I didn't quite understand what I was looking at, even as the world seemed to shift around me. Alice, you knew who that face belonged to. Alice? Whose head is this? I stumbled to my feet to back away, only to fall back onto the armchair for my loss of equilibrium. This wasn't right. The face looked just like mine, just almost clutched my neck and touched my face to make sure that I was still there. This was the Red Queen. This was Alice. This was a severed head. Alice. Whose head is this? I wanted to ask, but instead of a strangled cry escaped my throat. I couldn't move my eyes away from this so-called prize that the Hatter had given to me. Blood pooled at the bottom of the box, sticky and dark. How terrible. I reached a trembling hand to touch it, but it wasn't my place to try to close her eyes or put her to peace. The head was still moving, twisting with a squelch and squish. His wet, ragged sounds of raspy breathing echoed in my skull. I jerked my hand back and covered my ears. I couldn't look away. Hell yeah, I called it, but at what cost? I was right, but
Now aren't you glad you didn't need to find Her Majesty's head?
as if laughing at me, as if she didn't truly mean that. With an odd tilt of her voice, can we get off this image? As she spoke of the Red Queen, the Hatter confirmed the head's owner. She walked over to the Red Queen, flinging the dog cage open, and popped the limbs onto the torso one by one. As they reattached, they began to flail and grab at the Hatter. This time, she was prepared to grab her grabbed her hammer. Hatter? With a pair of loud bangs, she hammered nails through the corpse's hands into the Red Queen's chairs. Red dripped to the ground. The hands twitched, the body writhed. A ghostly pain ran up my arms as my stomach churned. I felt dizzy. What? Hatter? I discovered that I had nothing to say. Even though I always had thoughts racing through my mind, I had nothing to say. Alice, that was why you were worthless. Ask something. Anything. I touched my face to see if my lips had curled up without me thinking to.
Didn't you want to leave this place? Now you've found the Red Queen. If you have something you'd like to talk with her about, I'll let you take care of that before I proceed with my own business.
She pushed the Red Queen over, chairs scrapping on the ground with a hideous squeal, stopped only when I sat face to face with the headless, shifting body. Taking the head out of the box, the Hatter put it onto the body. The skin and meat deformed, contorting till the pieces of neck met exactly where they should. Then it all knitted together with something unnatural crawling under the skin. I shuddered at the hollow sound made from the corpse as her throat connected. The Queen looked at me with dead red eyes. I didn't know what she went through, but she looked terrible. Ugh. I realized I hadn't even ever asked who killed her like this, nor had I ever stumbled upon an answer the same way I had found all the limbs. This was the Red Queen. Alice, this was me. The requests I had been pondering on, the wishes to go back home, the want to ask her for help, they all flew out of my mind. Because this wasn't right. The face I was looking at, battered and bloodied as it appeared, was not right. It couldn't speak, but she did. Mouthing words yet making no sound besides the hollow whistle of a crushed throat, the Red Queen began to talk without saying a thing. Her tongue was missing, and we had to do something about that. Where's the tongue? I tried to find my own tongue, stumbling with a pulsing pressure in the back of my head before I could articulate my next inquiry. Hatter, where's the Red Queen's tongue?
I didn't want to hear her voice, so I tore it out and fed it to the dogs.
The Red Queen wasn't complete without a tongue. Although she squirmed in the chair, causing the nails to creak, it seemed like she didn't truly have her soul. Alice, you were so close. The corpse looked upon us with stagnant eyes. That should mean I needn't bother searching for it then. What were your intentions, Hatter? Am I the Red Queen? At this point, I still knew nothing about the Red Queen, but that she shared my face, and of the various gossips I heard over the ruler. Alice! Looking at the Hatter's mismatched eyes, I could see what she thought for the first time.
What do you think? Let me tell you a story, Your Majesty.
So I was Your Majesty now.
A long time ago, in this corner of Wonderland, there lived a group of 3 friends, a mouse, a hare, and a hatter. We lived far away from bustling society, usually just coming together for tea. I made hats, and they did mouse and hare things.
Once we had been dragged to perform like clowns for visitors to this kingdom, but only that once, for Her Majesty hadn't quite appreciated our lack of skill. Her Majesty ran the court of law, a strict queen, some called her, a mad queen, some whispered, a tyrant, most could not even dare to say. I think this story should be predictable, don't you? We were called into court one day. The reason? Maybe only to be judged. She proclaimed us as guilty and had us sentenced. I, for no reason, received the lightest sentence of the day. I came away with my neck still intact, not knowing nothing. Thrown into prison and starved, only just that much. When I came out, the streets were filled with newly spilled blood, and two very familiar heads rolled my way. Crows feasted on carrion, only for even them to be swept away by the queen's cards. Do I need to explain further? Perhaps you really are blind and deaf. Dormouse and March Hare are dead. For what? For the sole crime of offending our world's tyrant. And so Hatter has been all alone for a long time. I can never forget the Red Queen. But she went and up and died. Who let her get away like that so easily? You who are the same entity as the Red Queen. I can't let you go. Don't you understand? Hatter,
For the sake of my revenge, you have to die, Alice.
She spun the hammer in her hands, her face devoid of mirth, as she stepped closer to me, meeting my eyes with her mismatched pair.
This is my justice, Alice.
Goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye.
She raised the hammer in her hand above my head. Why did she look like she was about to cry? Then I was falling. Falling, I was falling. Down this rabbit hole with no start nor end, I was falling. My skull and brain pieced itself together, twisting as if going back in time. I re-experienced the pain of having my head caved in with a hammer. I was going mad. A wetness, perhaps tears? Perhaps brain matter, rolled down my face as I tried to comprehend. Man, okay. I should have died. I felt as if I was remembering something very important. I landed in Wonderland once more.
Alice?
The first person to greet me once more was the White Rabbit. I grabbed my head, only to find no injuries, no red. No longer able to differentiate between dream and reality, I questioned if I had merely been hallucinating the whole time. And I was falling again. I died again.
Alice.
Each time I fell, I came back down.
Alice!
It became a crazy, hazy world, a distorted world, a world that was beginning to lose its colors. Time and time again, falling, I seemed to revert the hourglass and turn back the hands of the clock, each time going into another past. Before I knew it, the rabbit had changed. Oh.
Your Majesty?
She was a bit more polite.
Your Majesty.
Perhaps a bit more cruel in her eyes, a bit less restrained with the darkness in her gut. She called out to me each and every time.
Your Majesty!
The rabbit was my starting point, my saving point. Falling, I kept falling uncontrollably. Falling, landing, dying, falling. I no longer felt as if I had control of even my own body anymore. My world flickered on and off. It hurt. Dying hurt. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. Alice, you had to deal with this. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. Again, I fell. I felt my body on the ground. With hazy eyes, I saw a familiar figure and heard it speak a familiar voice as murmurs reached my ears from all around. Her face and her words, not a single thing I can make out. Before I even got the chance to see the rabbit, a growing familiar sensation struck me. Pain. A sharp agony burned in my arms, till I suddenly could not feel my fingers. Then the same came to my legs. Chop chop, there they went. A limb or two, or three, or four. Off they went until suddenly I had none for myself. Soon a blade cut through my neck, sawing as it got stuck, and stabbing again and again till my head finally came off, and I was falling again. Drowning through the flesh clogging my throat, as it all reattached, I came into a realization. Oh, I understood. Alice, what had you understood? I was done. I'd certainly gone mad. I couldn't handle this anymore. Even if I still wanted to go home, it wouldn't do me any good anyhow. Maybe this was a dream, an illusion. Just how long was I supposed to keep falling? Alice, you would never waken from this dream. Then I was falling again. I decided to stop thinking and only keep falling. Tick tock. Tick tock. I opened my eyes to a courtroom with an air of fear. I was simply watching through another's eyes, sitting in the back of her head without a single meaningful thing in my mind. I was watching.
Your Majesty.
The body moved without me thinking to do anything. I no longer cared to do anything. The body talked without me thinking to say anything. I no longer cared to say anything. It didn't matter. If I could have, I would have stopped watching. It was not because the sights were horrific, but because I no longer wanted to deal with anything and everything, not even the matters of the Red Queen. A dog, a cat, a bird, a girl, a boy, a person who was neither, a mother, a father, an elderly. One by one, they came to be judged. Some begged, some cried, some fought, some silently accepted their fates. The rabbit read out their accused crimes for show, allowing for the Red Queen to proceed. However, there existed only one result: guilty. At some point, she began to laugh. At some point, I began to laugh. As ruler, oh. Well, I mean, she's Alice, so it's just the same voice. I have sovereignty over my citizens, and at the same time, a responsibility to make the kingdom prosper. A prosperous kingdom must have law and order. Do you understand? Off to the gallows.
Be glad for mercy, criminal. Glory to Her Majesty for her benevolence. Cards! Bring the next one in from Her Majesty. The accused was reported by her brother-in-law for engaging in gossip and planning treason against the crown by speaking ill of Her Majesty.
A simple sentence, a simple beheading for this bird. Bring her away.
Cards! The accused was caught evading taxes. She was also seen stealing from upright citizens, assaulting merchants, and spreading rumors about Your Majesty's state of mind. She was only apprehended recently as the cards were unable to capture her previously.
Break her legs.
Your Majesty is truly brilliant.
As for her sentence, cut off her arms so she can't commit crimes any longer. When she reaches the afterlife, throw her into prison to await execution by skinning. What will a cat look like without its... What will a cat look like without... What? What will a cat rug look like without its arms? A criminal's skin is much too rough for a good rug. Off with the cat. She seemed to think of a moment and snapped her fingers, rendering the cat's arms from her body in an instant. And execute the cards who failed to catch her before. We have no need for worthless cards. Next.
Next.
The Red Queen, I didn't know if she was happy. While she convicted the accused, I inadvertently began to lose track of my surroundings, only to be jolted back by a particularly interesting sentence.
The accused...
Before the rabbit finished speaking, the accused rushed at the Red Queen. The Red... Sorry. Talking a lot, it hurts my throat. The Red Queen gestured with her hand. An unseen power slammed the criminal down to the ground, creating a crack on the marble flooring of the courtroom. Presumptuous. The force tone fingertip-sized meat piece. What? The force tore fingertip-sized meat piece by piece from the criminal, leaving it writhing on the floor as it rolled around trying to get her to stop. Have you forgotten who you belong to? The Red Queen finished once. The criminal was ripped into a pile of red pulp on the ground, to be swept away by the cards. I was smiling. The Red Queen was smiling. Next. The day in court continued until the courtroom was devoid of life. She worked on paperwork after court. Between stacks, she conversed with ministers who sweat nervously each time she met their beady eyes. Finishing her important documents, she proceeded to go for a brisk walk and practice swinging a sword here and there. Bringing the Red Queen a towel and water, the rabbit asked if she wanted to visit the White Queen today, which the Red Queen decided against. Dinner time arrived soon enough. She sat in a large dining room at the head of a long table, all alone. A sumptuous meal was served with red wine before her, but she had no one to share it with. The food tasted alright. More importantly, it had been poisoned. The chef used just a little too much so that the meat began to lose its charm and turn to mediocrity. The Red Queen called the chef over. His eyes darted around the room wildly, knowing that he had nowhere to escape. His legs shook, and he fell to his knees, beginning to beg. The Red Queen took a sword from the decorative suit of armor in the room. Off with his head for daring to poison the queen. Watching as the servants cleaned away the chef's remains, she returned to her meal, which had been quickly replaced. She took a sip of wine. Poisoned wine. The next day, she returned to the courtroom. One by one, the numbers diminished again. Even those in the jury were not spared if they made the slightest slight. The rabbit smiled with glee, writing down the names of criminals who were to be executed. Not a few times she took the job herself, an axe in hand and boots squelching in blood. Oh, right, the Red Queen. The Red Queen enjoyed her judgment court. Wonderland was her domain, and its people her pieces. If they became disobedient, then she would never let them throw her possessions into disarray. Some days she didn't go, working on governance. Other days she did, working on her world's peace. These times continued until one day the Red Queen fell asleep when I was still awake. Curling my fingers, I discovered I was in control. I walked over to the balcony. Seeing the ground terribly far away, I lifted myself over the balustrade and threw myself off. Air rushed past my face. Splat. Falling. I was falling again back through time. Okay, I'll theorize after. The interstice between the different times and different worlds was still incomprehensible as before. My body knitted together its mangled form, and I returned to Wonderland. Falling, I fell straight onto a table. Bam! What? I had returned to an iteration of the Hatter's place. Sprawled out on the table, I glanced upward and saw that familiar pair of mismatched eyes unfamiliar. Do I know you? No, not quite. Did you get off that table? I do need to put down the tea and snacks at some point, if you understand. The Hatter seemed different, as if a heavy weight had yet to settle on her shoulders. No theories, only pain. Yeah, that's how it is right now. I got off the table and stood awkwardly around the familiar, unfamiliar place. The Hatter set down her teapot. She was preparing a tea party of sorts, causing me to realize that I had never seen her do setup as things were already on the table. What's your name? Alice. I'm Alice. You should be Hatter. Is there someone you need to go to so badly that you nearly broke my table? No, I've nowhere. Well, why don't you take a seat? No one uses that armchair over there. Much too armchair, they said. You know how armchairs are, right? I hesitantly approached my armchair. The chair looked newer than in my before. When I sat on it, I sank into the soft cushions. Even though it reminded me of a hammer through my skull, the chair did nothing wrong. I clutched my chest. You aren't having tea? What time is it? This person hated me. Perhaps she did not hate me yet in the moment that we were meeting now, but she hated me all the time in the future, in my present. I shouldn't have cared, but my heart hurt. My heart hurt. The clock says 15 minutes before 4. It's almost tea time. Maybe it already is. I'm waiting for March and Dormouse, so it's surely not yet tea time. Tea time, after all, is just a state of mind. I see. You look sad, Alice. Do I? I raised my hand to my face, touching my cheek. I certainly was not smiling. What's your favorite tea? She retrieved the tea set to place on the table, bringing not 3 cups but 4. One cup and saucer was put before me. I enjoy black tea. Recently I've grown fond of Earl Grey. What about you, Hatter? I like any tea, but I also rather like Earl Grey. I'm not sure why it's an Earl rather than a Count or a Duke, but I'm sure that the tea tastes best as an Earl. What? I've heard that it's named after a minister. Or perhaps the minister was named after a tea. Fancy that. Your name is Grey, so Her Majesty tells you to become Earl Grey. The Hatter looked happier. A film of water built up over my vision, turning it blurry. I must have gotten something in my eyes. A hiccup bubbled in my throat. The water wouldn't stop. What? Why are you crying? Tears rolled down my cheeks as I hurriedly tried to wipe them away with my hands. I really can't not explain. This is so odd.
Eat cake. Do you like cake? Would you rather a sandwich or maybe something salty? If you're lacking in salt and sugar, you'll go a little crazy like that.
She poured me a cup of tea and passed me some cake with a set of utensils she was just getting out. It tastes good. Drinking the tea and eating the cake, I noticed a much more amateurish flavor than my hatter, the future hatter, would make. However, it tasted good, and maybe it tasted happier. My shoulders shook up and down for a while. I cried for the longest time I had cried since I was a toddler, rubbing my eyes pink. Once my tears stopped, I cleared my throat and averted my eyes from the hatter. Compliments to you, Hatter.
Why, thank you.
We sat together in a peaceful silence for a while. Afterward, before she turned her head and exclaimed,
There they are.
"Aww." A sleepy little mouse in hair, with a straw hat, approached from the forest path. They looked just like the little puppets my hatter wore often on her hands. Looking at me in curiosity, they took their seats at the table. A guest?
Looks like a pest.
Don't be rude, March.
Who's already a crowd? No room, no room.
They just float next to him.
Three's a crowd, but four's a party. If we get five, then, well, we can think about that later. Don't make a girl cry, March. This is Alice. This is March Hare, and this is Dormouse.
Hatter poured some tea for both of them, and they began to chat, glancing towards me and tugging me into the conversation even as their ramblings devolved into nonsense. Halfway through each topic, the Dormouse seemed to snooze off and dip her little nose in her tea by accident.
The how to make you cry, Alice? She's a lady killer fears. I've always known it. Ooh. Dormouse, wake up for the gossip. I'll be right there, March. You look like butter.
It's the yellow hair.
Butter. She looks a little silly for her brains and all turned up, but she looks good, but she looks like good butter.
I couldn't help but crack a slight smile at their antics. More sunny than buttery.
You want butter, Alice?
No, thank you. I'm quite alright.
That's all right. Psst, psst, psst. Alice.
The March Hare and Dormouse pulled me to the side for a private conversation.
Haven't seemed to fancy you.
Not so directly.
Don't raise your voice, Dormouse.
That's usually my line, March.
You can't own lines, can you?
March is right. That hatter looks fondly upon you. You do seem nice.
Kinda dumb.
She seems nice.
I still approve. I'm just saying, alright?
Be kind to Hatter.
Be good to our Hatter.
We can't be around her forever, so you have to... Mickey is turning into something. Huh? We can't be around her forever, so you have to promise this, Alice. I have a feeling that this is very important.
Throw on a stick of holy butter.
Yeah. I won't be here for very long. But no, I'll promise it. I swear on everything that could ever be precious to me that I'll treat her well if we meet again.
And she's back to being dead. Dormouse.
We returned to the Hatter. The four of us continued chatting over tea. I enjoyed tea time today, I really did. Yet, I didn't belong here. And I didn't deserve here either. I knew that my presence would just throw everything into disarray. Finishing my tea, I stopped the Hatter from refilling my cup. I had a wonderful time today. I have to leave. This place isn't mine, but thank you for the tea again, Hatter. And thank you, too, March, Dormouse. I'm really sorry.
It was nice meeting you, Alice.
I already knew you from the future, but I was also happy to see you. Hatter, it was a shame that my Hatter didn't feel the same way. Alice, what did you feel for the Hatter? Something precious.
See you later.
I wanted her to be happy. Giving her a weak wave, I left the happier Hatter. I didn't particularly have a place to go. Home, that was no longer my goal. Walking away, I wiped away the tears that welled up again. Eventually, I was falling again. I died, that much I understood. However, I seemed to have forgotten how I died this last time. In a way, I knew that I couldn't keep doing this. Alice, this was the last iteration. The power letting you keep The power letting you keep falling had already run out. The next time, you wouldn't come back to Wonderland in any time. As my body pieced itself back into place, I waited for myself to stop falling. I burst back into my relative present and hit the ground softly. Laying back flat on the ground, I grasped at the grass below me and cut my fingers on their blades. Above me, the sky was terribly blue. No matter who I was, the world would move on without me. However, people could not so simply move on. Be it a matter of hate or a matter of love, or just a matter of apathy, the connections people had were different to sever. Before I realized it, a certain person had settled into my heart. I want to see Hatter. My Hatter. Alice, you really are no good. No, it's better to say I really am no good. I had already fallen for that Mad Hatter. You know, we made jokes about it being a dating game, but suddenly it actually is a dating game. Oh, huh? Huh? Okay. I mean, I'm, like, good. She wormed her way into my heart unintentionally as she threw me on a wild duck chase for the Red Queen's dismembered parts in her revenge. I wondered how she felt now that she had her goal fulfilled. The final look on her face I saw before I died was painful. Angst. It was painful not because of the crushing of my skull, but because of the constriction of my heart as I looked at her. A strange girl, a lonely girl. Ultimately a terribly kind girl who was stumbling along a bloody path. That was who the Hatter was. I'm sorry. I pushed myself up. Useless Alice had a want, not one of obligation, not one of what should be, because really I had... But what? Not one of what should be, because really, had I really wanted to go home? Not one that tutors or anyone forced upon her. Oh. Useless Alice had a want, not one of obligation, not one of what should be, because really, had I really wanted to go home? Not one that tutors or anyone forced upon her. I went to find the Hatter. I started walking, started running. There she was, all by her lonesome. The bags under her eyes had not lightened at all, and she listlessly played with the rim of a teacup until she suddenly saw me. Why? She hardly stood up. Why did you come back? Why can't you just disappear? Grabbing a plate off the table, ignoring the pastry on top of it, she chucked it at me. Smash. The plate brushed me and shattered on the ground, leaving a mangled lump of sweets and porcelain. Alice. Alice! She slammed the table, originally forcing her hands down with a great momentum, before suddenly slowing down as she smacked it. Wincing, the Hatter let out a pained guttural noise. Why are you like this? Hate you, Alice. Ugh. She clutched her chest and glared at me with murky, watery eyes. Why are you like this? I had no answer. You're contradictorily cruel and kind. You're messed up, Alice. Just choose one thing to be, you heartless woman. I like you, but I also hate you. I also liked her. I loved her. You're a useless freeloader who just comes to bother me, a waste of space. You're Alice who always accompanies me and extends a hand to me. You're the Red Queen, a monster killer. I hate you. Oh, the tears. The tears! Why couldn't you have just properly died? I killed you. You're the same as the Red Queen. You shouldn't have come back. You're... She picked up the teacup and threw it at me, smashing me right in the forehead. I stumbled back. Hot tea spilled down at me, mixing with the blood that came from the simple flesh wound. The cup itself shattered into tiny pieces on the ground. Go away! She grabbed the bloody hammer off the table and flung it, missing me by a far margin. Oh my god. Good going, she. It whooshed through the air, spinning, and lodged itself deeply into a tree behind me. My blood was still on the mental face. Tell me who you're supposed to be. I'm... Alice. The Red Queen and I are one and the same, but I am Alice. Her essence is intertwined with mine, but I am me and me alone. I'm scared of the idea that we could become the same. I never want to become someone like her. An empty heart, an empty life. Even as she lashes out to the rest of the world, she's still empty. Admittedly, I'm also no good. I'm a heartless person who hurts others as well, but I hold just two certainties. I'm Alice, Alice is me. And for the I who am Alice, you are the person who took my heart. Is it okay to say I'm Alice? I nervously fiddled my fingers behind my back, looking at the Hatter as my heart raced. I couldn't read her expression behind those mismatched eyes. She wiped her eyes with her sleeves. Opening her mouth time and time again, she seemed to have trouble finding her words. I like the Alice who is Alice. The Red Queen scares me, but if you would let me believe it, I want to believe that you are Alice. Ever since March and Dormouse left, time has stopped at tea time like a curse. I'm tired of tea. Is my life just for revenge on the Red Queen? She looked up at the sky as if lost. The Red Queen is dead. Deliberately mouthing the words slowly again, she seemed to convince herself of that reality. Then she looked back towards me. Alice, you are Alice. Her voice grew small and she gazed downward to her feet. I hurt you. I know. I extended a hand towards her. She who was all alone, she who stood so close yet so far away, I wanted for her to take my hand. We were both problem children. Perhaps I was a little mad. She slowly walked before me, looking at my hand as if seeing something foreign. Lifting her arm up, she reached out her hand shakingly. Her fingers trembled and hovered over my hands. For a moment, she retracted her hand. Then she placed her hand in mine. I love you, Hatter. Alice. She stared at me, trying to ascertain the truth of my words. With a deep, shaky breath, she gave me her response. I love you too. Would you accompany me for a dance, give me a kiss, and make me happy? She asked me for those... I can't talk to you. She asked of me just 3 things. Oh my god, I can't do this. I can't make you happy. I wish that I could fulfill all 3 of her requests. A physical item or a physical deed, those I can easily accomplish, but one of the heart? I knew not if I could. I don't know if we can make each other happy, but... I placed a kiss upon her lips. You came back for the romance. Exactly, your timing is impeccable. That's fine. Even if I have no ability to promise such things, I want to let you be happy. You are my dearest, precious person. Want you to be happy too, Alice? That makes me happy. Not just like this. More so. Oh! I took her hand and we danced upon the table. Spinning about, our feet tangled the tablecloth and tea set strewn about. Hatter, if the world were to end tomorrow, what would you do? I have nothing left here for me, Alice, so I suppose I would do nothing. You're still right here with me, aren't you? She was so light. I wish I could show you my world. It's not a particularly spectacular world. Rather, it's utterly unfantastical. Yet, there are things that I like. Maybe my siblings are better. 2 cats, if you care for cats at all. I would have liked that. I pulled her along, leading the mad dance. With no music, we moved to the erratic tempo of our hearts together. Alice. Why did you fall in love with me? Maybe it was just fate. Maybe it was just luck. Meeting you time and time again here, I grew fonder and fonder of you. At first, I simply thought you were lonely, but eventually I fell in love with your heart. Love, I've never known about love before. I'm not sure if I can truly explain why my heart beats as it does for you, Hatter. Even that aside, you're cute. You can cook and sew and brew good tea. You're warm. You're actually rather kind. What about you to me? I should ask that to you instead. Happiness, probably we had no such fate, but we wished for it. Finally we fell. Falling, we were falling. Down this rabbit hole with no start nor end. We were falling together. I knew not where we would fall, for there were no more wonderlands for us to fall to. That world we just fell from had been the very last iteration. I embraced the Hatter and closed my eyes. How warm she was, the person who I treasured. I only asked for a world where we could be happy together. Surely we would meet again in a land much more wonderful than this. Somewhere, sometime, surely. Oh ho! Alice ending. Thank you for playing. What time is it? 10:24. It's not letting me progress. Oh, script scene 61%. Bro. Extra. And ah, right, I killed her. Oh wait, no. No, that was just a selection. Why would they do it like this, huh? Sprites, cut-ins, CGs. Okay. Sick. Ooh. Endings. Dead End 1, Dead End 3, and okay. Okay, damn it, I should have saved. Funny thing was, I was trying to go for a bad ending first, and then it was like, oh, oopsie doodle. Okay, oh, where was this? Oh. Let's cut off Alice's tongue. We'll start from the back of our saves and just like start making different choices. I grabbed the cake knife from the other side of the table. I know. Without hesitation, I thrust the knife into my mouth. I began to cut, ignoring how the metal choked my airway, and blood pooled up and dripped out of my between. I can't talk anymore, and dripped out from between my lips. Oh wait, I forgot I was gonna theorize. Okay, hold on, hold on. So wait, shit. I was gonna theorize, and then the romance kind of took over my brain. I was like, oh, that's cute, and then all the theory left my head. Or not theorize. I was gonna be confused. So, all right. So, yeah. So, I was just like reiterate what had happened because it seems like basically the Red Queen, right, was this everything went out the window. It was like, oh my god, girlfriends, and then no more thinking, just girlfriends. No, okay, so right, so the Red Queen, right, because Alice in Wonderland, right, would execute pretty much anyone who dared to even like offend her in any way, right? And so the March Hare and what was the other name? The door. What was the name of the mouse? Dormouse, right? Were probably also executed due to that, right? And then Mad Hatter is obviously angry with the queen. Right? But the thing I'm confused about is the whole. It feels like there's like some sort of loop or right there's a loop going on because Alice kept falling into a different Wonderland, right? And it's like different points in time of Wonderland because there was like a younger Hatter when March Hare and Dormouse were still alive. But Alice is the Red Queen. But she's like not exactly the Red Queen. It's like this is the part I'm confused about. It's like the connection between Alice and the Red Queen. Because it feels like they were the same person before. But like it was like it's like some sort of like double personality where like she used to be the Red Queen and then she got split and then there was Alice. What? Because there was like that part in the courtroom where the Red Queen was like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna kill all these people off with your head and all these judgment, right? And Alice, right, our narrator, was saying that she was like in the back of Red Queen's head, like she could see what was happening, but she couldn't do anything. She was just watching, right? And then there was like a point where it's like, I forgot exactly what happened, but like the Red Queen fell and died, and then Alice can take over. Time and space is in her Alice's personality separated. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, something like that. Right. Like, it's as if like the Red Queen had like a split personality disorder and then Alice was just always in the back of her head, right? And then somehow by falling through space and time after being quote killed, died after dying, right? Alice became like a separate entity from the Red Queen. And then the Red Queen, because the Red Queen's body and Alice's body are two different things, right? And what? Yeah. It's like the most awkward way to give birth to twins. uh, yeah, anyway, we were cutting off our tongue. I sawed back and forth with a slightly seared knife, too much still tearing away through my tongue. I cut and rippled and sawed. Connected by one little string of flesh, the tongue, I ripped it off by force. I didn't want to swallow the piece of meat lingering in my mouth. Coughing and choking, I brought a hand up to my lips and blood spilled right past my fingers. The knife clattered to the ground. The true horror time shenanigan. The true horror, yeah. The true horror is the confusing plotline. My head hurt more than my mouth, temples throbbing. Alice belonged to the Red Queen. I spit the bloody lump of tongue into my hands and gave it to the Red Queen, with shaking hands that doubled and then tripled in my contorting vision. She seemed to swallow it. I heard a crunch from inside her mouth, a disgusting sound. Alice. Alice. She smiled, and I mirrored with a shaky smile. What a time for madness. Her hand still nailed to the chair, she shifted, crossing her legs as if to make herself a tad more comfortable while she laughed silently at me. I heard the Hatter call out, but only the Red Queen's voice reached my ears. Red, red, red wouldn't stop flowing from my mouth, dribbling past my lips, pouring down my throat in a vicious metallic flow. How have you enjoyed my domain? Everything was spinning. I sputtered out a wordless response as I grew lightheaded, drowning in my own blood. The red was spilling all over my armchair. No? I certainly have to clean up all the vermin that gathered when I was gone, and all the thoughts of mine that should never have had. She lifted her hands and tore out the nails lodged through her flesh. Ew. Quickly the skin and muscle knitted together, leaving but a faint pinkish color on her skin. She's like immortal. Picking up the nails, she threw them like darts towards the Hatter. Although I could not look towards the Hatter, I heard an ugly piercing sound. For example, my little white bird. The Red Queen gave me a hand of applause. Alice, your job is done. Wait, how does she give a hand of applause if her hands are nailed to the chair? Well done, myself from another world. This is the Oh, wait. No. Wait. Self from another world. Oh, okay. The isekai. It's the isekai. Alice is an isekai protagonist. But she's... Right? But she has memories, like she has linked memories with the Red Queen. Is it because they're like the same person but from different universes? And then somehow it's like, oh, because we're like technically the same people, we're like linked, kind of, or something? Because obviously we have Alice's memories like separate from the Red Queen. You know, her sisters, the cats, her tutors. Okay. I see, stroking beard. I see. This is the best you have accomplished with your life.
You have my you have my congratulations.
I couldn't breathe. Each time I gasped and wheezed, only liquid flowed down my airway. Red painted my lungs red. I slumped over, trying to hold myself up even as I continued to bleed so much red that I couldn't bleed any further. Breathe so much red that I couldn't breathe any further. This was it for Alice. Thump. Dead end. Death number 6! Not the 6 times we died, but the 6th death in the game. Okay, so let's see. Oh wait, no, here. Endings. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 3 more deads. Okay. We'll find them eventually if we keep loading. So let's not kill Cheshire Cat and see what happens. That arm doesn't belong to you. Give it back, Cheshire Cat.
Why should I?
I ask politely because I would prefer to let you part with it on your own terms. If I must, I will take more drastic measures. The cat squirmed under me, but I forced her down, sitting atop her buddy. I have no intention of staying in Wonderland. My current adventures through this world are entirely to find a way back to my own world. As such, Cheshire, if you would hand over the arm, then we should have no further interactions. I will endeavor not to meet with you again unless it has to do with my way home.
I can't fight anymore.
Tension left her muscles, signaling to me that she had given up. She let out a scornful bark like a laugh as she acquiesced.
Fine, I'll give you the arm. So get off.
She made a weak motion as if to push me off. No, give me the arm first.
Fine.
Bruised black and blue, bloody from our brow, the Cheshire Cat twisted her stolen arm, looking at it hesitantly as if unwilling to lose it. She shook her head. A faint cracking noise from her neck made her let out a wince of pain. She nudged her cape closer to her face and bit into it. Then, with a flickering left arm, body twisted in an odd position under me, she tore the arm off her own body with a slow and bloody rip. I heard the oddest sound of flesh being rent from flesh. Through the cape came muffled groans. Tears glittered in her eyes. After what seemed like eternity, the cat chucked the removed arm to the side. Blood dripped out of the stump from which the limb was removed. The limb, too, made a crimson mess on the grass.
Ugh. Not enough for you, Alice?
I nodded.
Now get off.
I stood up from the cat, feeling a wave of dizziness hit me along with a throbbing headache. She rolled over in pain and started pushing herself up, stumbling and falling a number of times onto the grass with an ugly red splat. Finally limping to her feet, the Cheshire Cat vanished. Now there's no more Cheshire Cat. So this is kind of the same, except Cheshire Cat just is alive. Well, kind of. Well, yes. So if I skip, is it like the same? Yeah, it's the same. Ugh, the sound effects. Gross. Oh, wait, it only lets you say I am Alice. Because the other one, it lets you say I am the Red Queen, right? So, I had this feeling too when I crushed the bird, right? And I was like, oh, this is definitely Red Queen energy. And then after it's like, oh, and then the other one was like killing Cheshire Cat. So if you crush the bird and kill Cheshire Cat, you get the option to say, I am the Red Queen, right? Okay, so instead, we're gonna load back here. Yes. Tear it off again so I can... Actually, wait, no, I can... What am I doing? Where am I? I can load back here. And then choose this. Go through this again until I get to that option. Which sucks because this is definitely the bad ending. Damn it, why didn't it do this first? Okay. I am The Red Queen. I am the Red Queen. The person who hurt you so much. It's me. In the end, it's me. Whether I've taken on a different role here than before or not. I'm the Red Queen, just as I am Alice. We can only be one and the same. I held my hands behind my back, thinking about all the things I had killed, all the things I had hurt. A part of me relished in the violence. I'm sorry. I should have gone when you killed me. I should have atoned and never bothered you again. But I wanted to see you one last time. More than I expected. I had fallen for you. I had her walk towards me. She grabbed my cloak, pulling me downward closer to her. Her grip tightened and then loosened as if she didn't know how to firmly hold on to me.
That expression tells me that you'll really leave me alone after coming back and telling me such things. I really hate you, Alice.
I know. Can I steal one last kiss? My lips brushed past hers. She pulled me forward by the cloak and initiated another kiss, biting down on my lip until she drew blood. A taste that should have been bitter iron touched my tongue with sweetness. Love you. She pushed me down onto the ground.
I really hate you. You know, right? I hate you, Alice. So get mad. Keep bothering me, keep doing what you always do, and stay with me for tea.
Your tears dripped down onto my cheeks. I know, but I love you.
Alice.
I love you, Hatter, so I can't stay. It was because Wonderland was a terrible, bloody mess that we met. Perhaps in an ideal world, we never would have crossed paths. I didn't know which way we could have gone. Perhaps each of us would be left with a gap in our hearts. Perhaps each of us would find something else to fill us up. But it was in this imperfect world that we met. This imperfect place was no fairy tale. Goodbye, Hatter. It was time for Alice to leave. She had seen everything. No, wrong thing. It's time for Alice to leave. A light surrounded me, and I felt my body begin to crumble away, breaking apart to disappear from Wonderland. Perhaps I was already dead. If so, I had to thank whichever deity out there gave me the chance to say goodbye to the Hatter. With my remaining power, I let the current Wonderland crumble. The Red Queen's existence was not needed here. Let there be a Wonderland much more wonderful than this. Much more peaceful and happy. One where she could still smile. Oh, maybe I did know some German after all. I don't know German. Why do you do this to me? Give me a second. Maybe they'll translate it in the next line. Oh, farewell. Okay. In a land more wonderful than this, we would not meet again. Yeah. I'm guessing this is because the other one was ending Alice, and this one's probably ending Red Queen. Yeah, okay. Then one more mysterious ending, which I am assuming has to do with the White Queen. Because I kind of ignored her. And I think if I take the White Queen to the ball, maybe stuff will end up being different. Hang on. Let's see what my loading options are. No, chapters? This is chapter 1. What? Okay, well, let's try going from here. I invited the White Queen, feeling that she would be the most fitting a guest to a noble's ball. White Queen, won't you accompany me to a ball? She was British, right?
I will attend if you would like me to. I'm not much for parties, but just this once with you would be alright. To whose ball and when?
The Duchess's ball. The White Rabbit gave me an invitation to what she claimed to be an endless party. I dug out the invitation and let the White Queen see.
Duchess' ball. Then we should be in no hurry. Alice, would you like to try on a dress? It seems fitting for we are going to a ball, but you might not have one as you are from these parts.
At my nod, she had a whole wardrobe of dresses and accessories brought out and had let me try them on. Lace and frills, silk and cotton, ribbons of various colors and glittering gems. What a variety. Not a single thing had been touched or worn before, as if unwanted gifts. They were pretty, but not quite her.
I might understand why children like to doll up pretty girls.
I'm not particularly... We tried a number of different outfits. I changed into the next dress, a red dress. Feeling the comfortable fabric on my skin, I twirled around to feel the dress.
Red suits you, Alice.
It does, doesn't it? I wonder what that could be alluding to. For a moment, her gaze went far, far away.
But perhaps not today.
Oh, that was Alice. But perhaps not today. Must I wear a dress? I did not plan to be here for long enough to deal with the consequences, even if I particularly offended anyone. My plan was, and continued to be, gather the Red Queen to leave. Therefore, if it would realign her gaze, then I prefer not to wear a dress.
No, you need not worry about a dress. If you would prefer not to, the Duchess won't be bothered. I did say that I could see the future, did I not? Let me reassure you of that, Alice.
She too seemed relieved that I chose not to wear this dress. The dress must have been tailored for someone special, as it didn't match the White Queen at all. Yeah, you know, because it's a red dress. I wonder what red character this dress might have been for. I changed back to my own clothes, feeling my cloak snug around me. This suits me best. In exchange for that fun, will you allow me to do your makeup?
I don't see why not.
Fairy servants lugged over a makeup kit, bowing to me and her as they set it down. Oh my god, we're close. I looked at her face, the curve of her jawline, the shape of her lips. Seeing her up close, I felt a little flustered because she was so pretty. With the tools given, I traced over her features. Alice, was she not already perfect? What was there to even cover up and make more beautiful? Surely this was my white bird. Whose? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, shit. Oh my god, if I could- wait, hold on, how back can history go? Hold on. White bird. White bird. Oh no, I skipped a bunch of scenes though. I think it's when I cut off the tongue. Wait, no, because I reloaded. Probably isn't there. I don't know. Damn it. Connections, I don't understand. It'll tell me, probably, hopefully. Not wanting to ruin her features, I drew very little on, only dusting a light layer of blush on her cheeks. My hand hesitated. She shifted when the brush tickled her. Fiddling with the makeup tools, I retreated. That should be all. I didn't poke you, did I?
I felt not a thing at all.
Voices.
As you are in fact a very gentle person.
A fairy servant brought her a mirror, called with a simple gesture from the White Queen. Looking upon my handiwork, I found that she looked no different from before, pretty and white. Sorry. Still, she seemed pleased. As I decided not to dress up, the White Queen chose to do the same. Shall we go? I extended a hand towards her.
Certainly.
She called a carriage a pretty crystal thing, whose coachman sat invisibly but with a shadow. The horses too were nowhere to be seen, like fairies. We entered the carriage and off it went. I looked outside the window, seeing familiar yet unfamiliar scenery, some places I had never passed by even when coming to our garden. Our ride stopped amongst a number of other carriages. I lighted, helping her down, and we walked up to the Duchess's manor. A guard stopped us at the entrance. Halt, please show your invitation card. I handed the guard the card. He looked over, glancing at me and the White Queen, before stiffening in surprise. Your Majesty, the White Queen! Making eyes towards another guard, the guard gestured and led us inward a few steps through the entranceway. The guard's fellow quickly darted inside as if to report the appearance of a rare visitor. Damn, we didn't have to cut off an arm this time? So it was... bullying. Oh wait, just kidding, we still have to cut off an arm. To enter, guests must provide an arm. The arm will be returned to you whenever you wish to leave the party. An arm? A limb? The guard nodded. Yes, I'm afraid I cannot make an exception for anyone. Okay, let's try offering the Red Queen's arm. An arm, a limb, certainly I had one I can retain from the Mad Hatter. I glanced towards the White Queen, thinking of how I had never mentioned the Hatter in my agreement, that agreement of blasphemy and treason. For reasons unknown, I felt strongly that the White Queen knew more about the Red Queen's dismemberment than I did. Perhaps she did not lie about knowing the future. Alice, of course, she did. Oh, Alice, of course she did. There's like the parts where like Alice talks back to Alice is the Red Queen, right? That's the Red Queen talking to Alice. Let's go ask the Hatter.
The Hatter, the one who lives in the woods and cannot sing?
Are there many Hatters in Wonderland?
Perhaps there were just not many satisfactory enough.
Without asking any further questions, she followed my lead to go to find the Hatter. Arriving at the Hatter's place, I found the Hatter having her usual tea time chatting with the puppets on her hands. She spotted us, sitting up straighter in her seat, seeming surprised at seeing the White Queen. The darkness stirred in her mismatched eyes as she saw my guest.
Your Majesty, the White Queen?
No win! 3? Shit. Huh? 3? 4? 5?
5's enough for other people in this world. Don't be so rude. Don't be so rude to Her Majesty the White Queen. You wouldn't want your head. You wouldn't want your heads to go flying again.
Ayo. I didn't bother to take a seat with this visit, knowing that if I were to lounge on my armchair, I would stay there with the Hatter for much too long. We weren't here for tea. We aren't here for tea, Hatter.
A real shame.
But rather an arm, preferably detached from anything else.
Yes?
The Hatter looked down at her own limbs. One of that person's would suffice. We only need to borrow one for a bit.
An arm would be appreciated, Hatter? Is that so? Your Majesty, would you like to borrow a limb? I'm surprised. After all, you were the one who did that. Did you lose it? What I mean to ask is, did you lose your trash?
What, so it was the White Queen who killed the Red Queen?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I forgot it was supposed to be a secret. I suppose I shouldn't show my gratitude and instead reflect on my rudeness. My sincerest apologies. Sorry, madam. Didn't mean to mention the top.
Our heads haven't been the same since they fell off the first time.
A bit of an open secret, don't you think? I ask you not to speak of that matter. I understand.
Our lips are sealed.
Dipped tighter than tight.
Regarding that arm, Hatter?
Of course. Alice, you were the one who found it.
Hatter hopped over to the dog cage and kicked it open, pulling an arm out like a bear fishing from a stream. She held it far from her as it began to flail and it chucked it. What? She held it far from her as it began to flail and chucked it my way over the table. The limb flew an uneven arc through the air, forcing me to dash towards the piece of meat. I just barely caught it in my arms, nearly stumbling into the White Queen who stood near me. Her arm. The White Queen's eyes bored into the severed arm with distorted intensity.
Bring it back later, Alice.
I will. Saying goodbye to the Hatter, we returned to the Duchess's manor. The guard greeted us, and we handed over the arm we retrieved. His gaze lingered on the White Queen after ascertaining the validity of the arm as an entrance fee. Even he must have noticed that she seemed reluctant to part with the limb. The guard handed our entrance fee off to a servant, who put it into a sealed box and took it away for safekeeping nonetheless. Please enter, esteemed guest. We arrived at the Duchess's ballroom. Although the hostess was nowhere to be found, servants milled around the floor, blah blah blah. Okay. Hey, the people with the masks aren't here. A quartet performed in the front. Food stand at the tables in the center room. All around there were people dressed up as clowns. Oh no, there they are. The moment the White Queen stepped into the foot of the room, all heads turned toward her. A horde approached us, circling around the White Queen so that she could not as easily escape. Yet they kept their distance as if gazing upon a rare zoo animal.
Greetings to your majesty and the White Queen. Have you been well? We have none.
Sorry. Oh my god, these people are so rude, I almost died.
Nothing but gratitude for all you've done for the kingdom in the face of tyranny. Your majesty was... Oh no, was this still a difficult topic to speak of? Your tincture, if you speak of the devil will appear. Your majesty, won't you come visit the Mercuricidum? I don't know what that is. Your white hair is as beautiful as snow today. No wonder you're so adored. Your beauty was such that even she was so enamored with your presence. She was... we shouldn't speak of her. I wish I could touch... I wish I could touch your skin. You did us a good deed. Paragon of virtue, the heavens must sing to your praises. You are truly the queen with the divine right to watch over the Wonderland. It must weigh heavily on you to have had such drastic measures. But what of your plans now on the empty throne? The rabbit, an animal, still thinks that she can be found. This is what we get for letting vermin rise up the ranks, but no one else wanted to be in that position. You say that because you're incompetent. Surely this kingdom... Grandma? Surely this kingdom might fall into disarray, your majesty. Do you have any intentions of who should be delegated to rebuild Wonderland? You've worked so hard, so why not take a good rest and let others do the dirty work? My husband always... Your husband isn't exactly here right now. Wasn't he banned for making a ruckus? Your majesty, please don't take offense, but I know a wonderful place. Brilliant Volcano Springs. Recuperate from being locked away for so long. If you would consider my brother...
White Queen? My hands brushing against hers. I was sick of hearing all the drivel leaking from the faceless crowd's mouth like a half-chewed slop. She nodded.
We must go see the Duchess now to talk about matters of the Red Queen.
Upon mentioning the Red Queen from the White Queen's mouth, the pigs surrounding the White Queen collectively gasped and took a few steps back.
Credible?
She nodded ambiguously, causing them to scatter with one excuse or another. Soon, a servant approached, telling us that the Duchess was ready to meet us in the parlor and that we could head over as soon as we wanted.
I spoke too soon.
Was that simply a bluff to make them back away?
Yes. It may be just as well that we meet with the Duchess. It may be just as well that we meet with the Duchess because you are searching for the Red Queen to find your way back home. Shall we, Alice?
I followed the White Queen through the manor hallways, glancing left and right at familiar unfamiliar. Alice, the Duchess, must have redecorated. What? Wait. Oh. What unspoken good deed have you done that... What unspoken good deed had you done that the swine, those nobility, would not leave you alone, White Queen?
Absolutely nothing.
She stopped. I stopped.
The Duchess welcomes you.
The guard before a room bowed and opened the door, letting us into the Duchess's parlor. Inside sat a featureless woman who hid her face. Instinct told me that she was ugly, yet I could not see anything, not disfigurement or beauty. I perceived her. She was the Duchess. Shit.
Welcome, Your Majesty. The White Queen, and what name do you go by now? Yes, Alice.
What name do you go by now? The Duchess looked at the White Queen before glancing towards me, returning a sense of pity towards us.
Your heart is still entangled. You didn't come to me for that advice, beloved White Queen. I believe you wanted to speak to me about our dearest Majesty, the missing Red Queen. Yes, it's Alice's matter.
We told the Duchess about my circumstances. I fell into this world unknown and was seeking out the Red Queen in order to find a way home. We left out the part where the Red Queen was dismembered, but the Duchess already knew.
You are searching for the Red Queen, but the Red Queen has been dismembered. To even request aid from her, you must assemble all her pieces. As it so happens, I have her left leg in my possession.
Oh wait, no, that was White Queen's voice. Oops.
In that case, will you give it to us? I will be giving it to a pair of guests at today's ball. It would be unfair for me to hand it off to you when another pair would have had to show their prowesses to earn the limb. I will offer something. I will offer something in exchange. You've nothing to offer, nor do you have a true desire to meet our dearest Majesty again in this form or another. Of course, these are only my own thoughts. Forgive me for assuming, but I cannot give you the limb like this.
Rather than letting her off for something in exchange, would it not be better for me to do something as the person searching? What could convince you to give up the limb, Duchess?
I will hold a little game today. If you win, the limb will be yours.
A game?
Yes, a game. Our dearest Majesty loved her games, even if they were too much often cruel games with no winner, not even herself. I'm sure Her Majesty the White Queen remembers. Will you not do me a favor, Duchess?
No, not even for you. Her Majesty's most beloved. Huh? The White Queen looked away. They were girlfriends. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. And then... Okay, wait, I don't know. Conspiracy theory, they were girlfriends. And then the Red Queen turned into an evil bitch, and then the White Queen's like, this isn't the person that I fell in love with, I have to get rid of her. And then killed the Red Queen. I solved the issue. Finding little more we can say to convince the Duchess, we left the Duchess's parlor, seeing off to the door by her. We returned to the ballroom to wait. The quartet continued playing. The previous crowd saw the troubled look on the White Queen's face and decided not to approach, only watching her from afar. Dancing pairs filled the floor. Enemies to lovers. No, it's like lovers to enemies. The White Queen eyed me as she wanted to request something. Lovers to enemies to lovers to enemies to lovers to enemies to lovers to... No! The White Queen eyed me as if she wanted to request something. When I turned to question her, she pretended to look at the refreshments. Do you like dancing?
Just a normal amount.
You needn't feel restricted by me. I'll be fine by myself if you would prefer to have a dance or a few now that you're here.
Alice.
What is it?
May I invite you to the dance? To a dance?
I took her hand, and we went towards the dance floor. The next song started. Tap, tap, step, step. A practice sequence of footwork moving across the room at the rhythm of the music. We danced while gazing into each other's eyes. Without even saying what we should dance, we just danced. I took Alice's part. She took the White Queen's part. What? There's nothing more. What? Okay, whatever. Feeling ambitious, I trolled her around, chuckling as she grew a little flustered when I caught her. Ooh. I saw a strange expression as if she expected something different. The smile that floated to her eyes reassured me that I hadn't done wrong. The White Queen was always looking somewhere else. Perhaps to the future, perhaps to the past, perhaps to a person who wasn't here even though we were here right now. This was our dance alone.
Thank you.
No, I enjoyed that.
Can we dance together again one day?
Perhaps one day we should. The music stopped along with the dancing. It was at this time that the Duchess made her appearance. Behind her was a servant carrying a severed leg under a red cloth.
Tonight we have a special gift to be given to a single guest.
A hushed whispering ran through the ballroom as all the guests guessed what the White Queen and I had already learned.
We are holding a chess tournament, the usual game that ends with the king has fallen even here, when the king is long gone. Of course, the winner will receive the prize.
Okay, I think this should all be the same. For the majority. Oh, sorry.
You mean chess, Duchess? Our dearest Majesty enjoyed watching games like this. One of you two have to take the role of a piece, and otherwise, I will be provided the other pieces for you to play with. Please, take your time to decide.
Those blades that the Duchess's black pieces wielded looked heavy and sharp and dangerous.
Alice, let me.
You could get hurt, White Queen.
I would say the same to you. At the very least, the Duchess wouldn't hesitate to hurt me for I'm the White Queen. However, you are Alice.
I know.
In that case,
We stood at a standstill for so long that the Duchess had a set of white pieces shuffle in and take their spots on the board. One of it had to be the human chess piece. Oh. Ourself? Wait, actually, I should just save. Where's my save? Let me. Oh my god. Okay. I was best mediocre at chess, even if the tutors had smacked basic strategy to me, so I preferred to trust a White Queen instead of to command the board. That word, making me take on the pawn's position. What? Why are we on the pawn's position? As I obtained a sword from a roll, I speculated about what strategy she would formulate. The White Queen started with her first move. Directing the pieces here and there, moving me carefully as well, the White Queen captured the Duchess's black piece with ease.
Coming here with this girl who so resembles her, Your Majesty the White Queen, I wonder what you intend to do. In a way, I understand. She was so terribly, terribly bright. So bright that she would burn away, a brilliant and terrifying person that I could not help but watch. However, regardless of who this girl is, are you still unable to look away from that person?
The White Queen stumbled, sacrificing a bishop in a position she had not meant to order him towards.
No.
Is that so? Not very good sportsmanship to say such things during a match, Duchess.
Fair. Then let us say nothing unrelated to the match. Of course, you are a piece on the board, so you too must stay silent, as chess pieces do not talk to the players. Thank you, Alice.
I nodded in acknowledgement, keeping my mouth shut as per the Duchess's rules. She moved me all the way to the other side. As a pawn, one of the most disposable pieces on the board, I was oddly enough kept perfectly safe.
I promote Alice to Queen.
Promotion from pawn to queen consisted of handing me a flimsy white crown and a new sword. Within a handful of moves, the White Queen desolated the Duchess's black chess army, rendering the Duchess's side nearly empty. The White Queen maneuvered me to the Duchess's black king. With one last move, we would win the game and obtain the Red Queen's leg.
Checkmate, Duchess.
I cut down the black king, wondering why the sensation of my blade hitting flesh felt familiar. Duchess clapped her hands. Congratulations, this is my loss. Even facing my challenge fair and square, you have ultimately obtained the Red Queen's limb. I wish you best of luck gathering her parts for better or for worse. I am in no position to stop you, not when even Your Majesty the White Queen approves. If our dearest Majesty is to return, then we must accept that and end the party. Would you like to take your prize now? Yes. The Duchess gestured over to the servant with the prize and handed the leg to me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the ball. And Your Majesty the White Queen, do come visit whenever you would like to talk with me again. The Duchess departed with her servant, following after her. Just as quickly as she left, the chess setups were cleared away. I looked towards the White Queen, touching her hand to gain her attention. Her hand felt cold. Do you want to stay for longer? The White Queen shook her head.
I've had enough excitement for the day. Thank you for inviting me, Alice. Although the last game of chess was nerve-wracking, I enjoyed spending today with you.
No, thank you for coming with me. I feel the same. Got a servant to leave and were redirected outward. He retrieved the sealed box with their entrance fee and handed it over.
I will leave you with the limb.
Do you want to meet with the Red Queen again?
That's a difficult question, Alice.
Ah, I see. I already understood that she had a complicated relationship with the Red Queen, but I wanted her to look at me instead. Alice was right in front of her. No, at the very least, I wanted her to smile without looking at something so far away. Because surely the person she was looking towards with the Red Queen was the Red Queen who had already been dismembered. We parted ways. Taking a wrong turn, I exited to a garden. At the far end of the garden was an exit. I turned back to ask the White Queen to find that she had already gone. This must have been the Duchess's garden scene as I had just come from her manor. I scrolled through the garden... scrolled? I strolled through the garden, appreciating the flowers and greenery, yet couldn't help but compare it to the White Queen's garden. Perhaps I would go visit the White Queen again. Without much further ado, I made my way through the garden exit. Not even taking 5 steps out, I stumbled. A sudden vertigo struck me. I must have lonely. Oh wait, I remember this. Yeah, okay. Where it's like, oh, I fall asleep, and then who shows up? And then I clicked Hatter last time, but this time we can click White Queen. Yeah. Looking around, I found that I was at the White Queen's garden. A raspy sound flowed out of my throat like gravel. Swallowing, I let out a grumble from the discomfort. I rolled to my side in discomfort before turning around again, feeling both a heat burning the back of my neck and a chill running through my whole body. Alice, you still caught colds like this? You're already so big.
Drink some water, Alice.
The White Queen appeared by my side with a cup of warm water. Lifting the cup to my mouth, she slowly tilted it for me to drink. Clumsy as she was, much of the water spilled past my lips. Then she retrieved a bowl of unidentifiable dark liquid that smelled not quite like wine, yet not quite like anything else either.
I had some medicine prepared for you. It should help you get better.
I opened my mouth like a baby bird as she moved the spoonful of medicine towards me. As it entered my mouth, I recoiled in disgust, sputtering at the taste. The metal of the spoon knocked against my throat, throwing me into a coughing fit and spilling the spoonful.
Alice, are you alright?
The White Queen quickly moved the spoon away. Oh my god. Taking a wet towel from a fairy light, she wiped away the spilled medicine.
This is just medicine.
It's bitter. So drink it all?
The medicine is good for you, Alice. In this world, there are many painful, bitter things that are good for you, so it would be best you take it.
I could not disagree, but the way her voice dipped made my heart ache. I wanted to disagree. Disregarding the taste that made me want to hurl, I took the I took the bowl from her and gulped the medicine all down. I resisted gagging as I swallowed. Bitter. This medicine was much too bitter. My eyes watered from disgust.
Good, Alice.
She petted my head. Then she popped a piece of candy into my mouth. A sweet, milky flavor melted in my mouth, masking the bitter but not completely ridding my tongue of its misfortune. Sweet. The candy was sweet. I liked sweet. After I finished the candy, the White Queen gave me some more warm water and had me continue laying down to rest. White Queen, you're a little clumsy, but I appreciate you taking care of me. I haven't had anyone... She held my hand and squeezed reassuringly that she was there. Thank you. I let out a yawn, feeling a haze float into my mind. Perhaps the medicine had begun to take effect.
No, Alice, you're different from her. She never ever showed me this side. Not even at the very end. Not even then.
She murmured to herself, thinking that I would not hear. Alice, perhaps she was looking at you now. Although she was always looking far away, perhaps at this moment she was looking at you, even just a little. My eyelids grew so heavy that I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer.
Good night, Alice.
She laid a kiss on my forehead. Too tired to say anything in response, I fell into the realm of dreams. After a few days of rest under the White Queen's care, I recovered to full health. I never wanted to taste medicine again.
When you assemble the Red Queen, will you come visit again?
Yes, I will. Your voice reminded me that once I left Wonderland, no longer could I come find her at this garden. We would be separated by worlds and never meet again. Surely. Bidding goodbye to White Queen, I stopped. I feel the lovers to enemies to lovers. Yeah! Bidding goodbye to the White Queen, I stopped by the Hatter's place to drop off a limb. The Red Queen was nearly assembled, missing only her head and fourth limb. Onward I continued with my search so that she could send me home. Okay, so this is again with the cat. So the same thing with the cat. Okay. So where's the tongue? Will this go back to... No, it shouldn't go back to Hatter's route though. Oh, okay.
What, for the sole crime of offending the world's tyrant. And so Hatter has been alone for a long time. I can never forgive the Red Queen. But she went and up and died. Who let her get away like that so easily? You who are the same entity as the Red Queen. I can't let you go. Don't you understand?
I see.
For the sake of my revenge, you have to die, Alice. She spun the hammer in her hands, her face devoid of mirth, as she stepped closer to me, meeting my eyes with her mismatched hair.
Oh, I can skip again. So, oh, here we go. Okay, so I should have died. I felt as if I was remembering something very important. I landed in Wonderland not quite right. One where the hourglass of time had reversed. Looking upward, I found a sky distorted and swirling with darkness that amplified my phantom headache that throbbed despite losing its cause. I placed a hand to my head, feeling smooth skin where the hammer had struck. Like the first time, what should have been the first time being I met with was with the white rabbit. Like Wonderland, today she seemed different, crueler. An unrestrained black danced in the back of her eyes.
Your Majesty.
The rabbit greeted me as if I were the Red Queen. No, perhaps I was. Alice, perhaps you were. Not bothering to acknowledge her, I let her continue speaking, saying what she had to say to the Red Queen in that obsequious tone of voice.
Did you wish to visit Her Majesty the White Queen today?
Yes. I gestured for her to lead the way. Following the only pace after the rabbit, I walked down an familiar path. Wonderland was quiet, much quieter than I was accustomed to. Even the grass was wilting away from my presence, not to speak of the animals.
A report on Her Majesty the White Queen's affairs. As punishment for her previous transgressions, we have been regulating her sleep for 1 hour intervals as ordered.
Oh man.
She has been much quieter as of the late. I hope that she will learn the errors of her ways for disrespecting Your Majesty. Additionally, as per your orders, we have put her on dietary restriction to regulate her weight. We found that some chefs have been sneaking her extra food. The chefs responsible have been sent to do hard labor.
Is that so? The rabbit talked about the usual things. Walking, we arrived at a tall tree and a large bird cage. At a location I recognized from when I had obtained the Red Queen's right leg once upon a time. Okay.
Your Majesty's mood has been strange today. Could it be...
Are you questioning me, Rabbit?
My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty.
Leave. Bowing profusely, the rabbit backed away and scampered off. Oh yeah. I approached the birdcage, finding a pretty white bird locked within. No, I found the White Queen locked within that birdcage, much too cold. Alice, how would you catch her if you let her go free? She looked skinny, desperate, as if she had lost all hope. Just as if a flower would wither once picked, a bird too would if locked away from its sky. The White Queen was a human, not a bird. She was a person, not an animal. I knew that. Alice, I also knew that. I grasped a metal bar of the cage. White Queen.
I have nothing to say to you, Red Queen.
Her eyes betrayed her expression that could not be called hate. A complicated expression, a strange expression, one all too familiar.
You won't even bother to treat me softly today after everything you've done to me.
Rather than the Red Queen, I am Alice. I doubted myself, remembering the Hatter's expression for a moment. You said you could see the future, White Queen. I suppose that must have been a joke, as I expected, if you've yet to know who I am. We meet in another Wonderland. I may have fallen in love, and maybe my affections were one-sided. In a terribly beautiful garden, I was lost, chasing after a rabbit in confusion after falling down a rabbit hole into another world. I told the White Queen about my adventures in Wonderland. I told her about a strange hatter with mismatched eyes, a cat whose dark tail flickered like flames, and the whimsy of flying limbs. I told her about the brilliant night sky and every moment we spent together, too few yet still overwhelmingly precious. Then I came here and met the White Rabbit who led me to you.
How fantastical that would be.
I felt the same way speaking about the quest that dull Alice, had found myself embarking on upon falling through an endless void. Only a miracle could have brought me here to meet her and all the others in Wonderland.
But tell me,
My nose is cheap.
but tell me, who share her face but not her name, why should I believe you? Why should I think that you are not but the Red Queen mad again with some scheme? She's the one who knows me best in the world. We were born together, fated to die together, as if death could reach us at all. Bound by a marriage from our conception, did you not say?
She said, the Red Queen said.
So it should be that you finally lost it.
Her pale eyes locked onto my body, the Red Queen's body, as if viewing something unfamiliar.
Or am I the one who's gone mad? You claim to be from the future.
Then I should be from the past? The Red Queen is dead in my time.
Do you understand what those words mean?
Only a pinch of blasphemy.
Only a pinch.
But these memories, these happenings that must have happened in the future, they're quite important to me. Meeting you is important to me.
Important. You also like to say sweet words in the past. Should I say that she also liked to say sweet words in the past? I understand now. The Red Queen will no longer love me, so she gives me a new replacement till she tires of playing this act. Tell me, what type of tea do you prefer?
I blinked in surprise at the sudden change of conversation topics. Black tea. Do you still like white tea now? The White Queen looked at me, at Alice, for only a second.
No.
A strange tone of voice escaped through her lips as if she came to a realization. She sounded soft and tired.
Tell me again about the future.
We meet again. I free you from this cage. You'll be free beautifully, and my voice trickled off into silence. I had no happy ending to tell of us. None of Alice and the White Queen. What mattered to the White Queen was the Red Queen. She'll be long gone.
Why? No, don't answer. I believe you. Something beyond logic tells me that I should believe you. Can you make the me of the future happy?
I wonder. After all, my White Queen has always been looking far away.
No, you wanted to leave after all. You gave me a wonderful story, but tell me a better one next time, please.
Remembering the key I obtained in the previous Wonderland, I checked my pocket and pulled out that very key. Take this. Holding it in a closed fist, I passed the key to the White Queen through the cage bars. She took the key with trembling hands, gripping it tightly as if the metal would disappear. Knowing that having the key was a risk, she hid the key away in her dress. Perhaps she would use it to escape from the Red Queen. What?
Your Majesty, urgent news. There has been an incident in court with the carts.
The rabbit's sudden reappearance forced our conversation to a halt.
The Red Queen will kill them all. Don't go.
The White Queen gestured to me, telling me to lean in closer to her. She moved up to the bars of the cage as close to me as she could come.
Show me that I can believe in you, and I will find you. Until later, Alice.
Then she gave me a peck on the cheek. And falling, I was falling once more. I fell down and down and down through a sparkling, shining darkness. Too bright to be dark, too dark to be bright. I recognize this darkness now. I wanted to be chasing after something. Oh. Falling. I fell until I landed and saw this night sky above me. Before me, laid out, was a scene between the Red Queen and the White Queen. I was like a spirit, invisible to all who were present. The Red Queen was on the ground before the White Queen, a sword in the White Queen's hand. The blade glittered in the moonlight, betraying its sharpened edge. Behind the White Queen stood a group of denizens of Wonderland, off with their heads for the crime of treason. The Red Queen's shoulders shook once in surprise that nothing happened. Not a single head went flying with mysterious force.
Huh. They're my citizens now, Red Queen. You may not touch them. Your right only extends to those you have subjugated, not mine. You were once sole ruler of Wonderland, but now you have lost.
I united this dirty, broken world and tried to make everything right. Protect the people, uphold the law, bring order to Wonderland, and find its peace. In which way was I wrong? Red must spill for peace, but it seems some people prefer freedom over all else. We were born just as space and time were, created at the genesis of this world. We were the only two existences of this distorted Wonderland. Therefore, given such power, we were to be rulers of Wonderland with divine right. You were the one who gave it away first because you were weak, so I took all the responsibility onto myself, because I loved you. Were you not happy within my cage, protected from the outside world? We are the only two of our kind in this world. If you did not care for this place, then I will let you live a beautiful life within the cage. Let you stay beautiful, White. I loved you dearly, White Queen. But you were the same as everyone else. Traitor. I'm almost sad. No, heartbroken. But what choice do I have now? White Queen, you'll cut me down now, won't you? Or will you continue to be a coward? Show me your conviction to betray me. There can only be one victor if we are to be pitted against each other. I couldn't see the Red Queen's expression.
I loved you. I betrayed you. You were the one who betrayed me first.
The White Queen raised her sword and cut. A limb. Sharp pain shot up my arm, even though I was not the one who was cut. Who betrayed who first? You who were in charge of time. Second limb. I squirmed as I tried to grab at a wound that did not exist, with an arm that my brain screamed was no longer attached. It hurt, but no red came out of me. Should know better than me. A third limb. A final limb. Blood splattered over the White Queen's dress, staining her red. Red as the Red Queen's body shook. In agony, I gasped. My vision shook, tilting as I lost equilibrium and filling with tears. I collapsed to the ground and writhed even though my limbs were still intact. I didn't even know what to clutch with. You're also a sadist, aren't you?
I'm just angry.
Ooh. There's our gore. Finally, off went her head. Once, twice, thrice, the White Queen hacked at the Red Queen's neck, as if taking... Oops. As if taking out her frustration on a neck already severed. My consciousness snapped. My vision blacked out. Yay! The sound of cheering brought me back to Wonderland's reality. The once quiet crowd began to celebrate at the dismembered Red Queen. We're free! The tyrant is dead! Your Majesty, the White Queen, won't you be the new ruler of Wonderland?
No.
Her voice was quiet, fragile.
I would appreciate if you would all keep news of this murder quiet.
She did not turn around, not wanting to show the difficult expression that found its way onto her face. Ignoring the joyous clamoring of her people, the White Queen looked down at the Red Queen's corpse. So the White Queen was the one who dismembered the Red Queen. I choked out a pained laugh at the revelation, grabbing at my neck to ascertain that I had my head. I was dying, yet I wasn't dying. I was still intact. The one who had been dismembered was the Red Queen. However, we were nearly one and the same.
Alice?
The Red Queen's whisper broke me out of her stupor, her gaze landing directly on me to the point that our eyes met and she would not look away. She walked forward 2 steps, both towards the Red Queen's corpse and towards me.
Alice.
Reaching out her hand, she tugged at my form. Then I was falling. Falling, I was falling again. The raging phantom pain that sent me nearly catatonic faded with a chilly sensation reminiscent of the White Queen. In this deep rabbit hole, where time was but an illusion, I fell and healed. I was Alice. I was the Red Queen. We were one and the same, but different, divergent. That voice within my heart quieted till she no longer spoke. I still held that one certainty. I was Alice. Alice was me. Even now, that wasn't wrong. But I was also the lonesome Red Queen. A what could have been for her. She who had been killed at the end. What madness. We were both our own madness, but I wanted not to be my own tragedy. I fell forward into my relative present and hit the ground softly. Lying back flat on the ground, I grasped at the grass below me and found that the blades were soft, gentle even. Above me, the sky was devoid of stars. No, it was still daytime, so I should have instead said that the sky was blue. Terribly blue. I forced myself up to my feet, surveying a wonderland that I learned to know. This was no longer the Red Queen's wonderland, yet it was not the White Queen's either. Thinking about the White Queen, I wanted to talk with her. No, Alice, you've got a matter to finish first. My mind drifted to a pair of mishmashed eyes. I sought out the Hatter, coming to the Hatter's place that had always been a tea time, regardless of morning, noon, or night. Looking left, right, up, down, I could not find a Hatter anywhere in sight. The table of tea things stood untouched. On the ground was a bloody hammer. When I went around to my armchair, it still held its usual odd smell. The Red Queen's corpse was nowhere to be seen, but that mattered not. The only thing truly missing was the Hatter. I understood. In my heart, I understood that there was no more Hatter in Wonderland, for the Hatter had completed her revenge, her one and only final task. Checking the table, I saw that familiar pair of puppets, the March Hare and the Dormouse. I picked them up for just a moment, looking at their carefully stitched parts that desperately tried to hide that they were but cloth. Then I put them down gently. Sorry, Hatter. No! But I left the Hatter's place, knowing that I would no longer find her here in Wonderland. Lonely. I felt lonely. I wandered about and inadvertently walked my way to the White Queen's garden. I saw the White Queen, who appeared the same as usual. In the chair across from her sat the Red Queen's corpse. The Red Queen did not fit this pure garden, but she and the White Queen must have had a conversation here.
Alice, how long has it been since we last met?
Much too long.
I'm sure you must have questions. Allow me to explain why I instructed you to seek out the Red Queen when the Red Queen was already dead. We, the Queens of Wonderland, were created with a power within us. I hold power over Wonderland's time. She held power over Wonderland's essence, its space and boundaries. Even a remnant of that power can send you back home. With her corpse gathered, that power can be used.
I know. I felt the power take root in my soul.
So, you do. It's time for you to depart from this imperfect Wonderland, Alice.
Iris. Alice. Oh, wait. I like you. I love you. Alice, you're me. I want to spend more time with you, White Queen. You're always looking far away towards the Red Queen, so I wish you would look at me.
She carved herself into my heart irreparably. A long, long time ago, she was... Even though she caged me away, even though I was the one who killed her, how odd, I still cannot put into words what I feel towards her.
The Red Queen began to disappear, dissolving into tiny lights. Her corpse faded away as if her role in this world was no longer needed. I saw the Red Queen mouth a few words, but I knew that they were not for me. I'm sorry. That was inappropriate of me to say. Perhaps I had long been rejected.
No. At first, I saw you and thought of the Red Queen. I thought that you could be her. You probably don't remember. But that was why I dragged you through time and time again, pulling you from a time whereby a miracle you fell down the rabbit hole into another wonderland. That was my obsession. With her. But eventually I learned that you were different. You were Alice. Perhaps parts of your existence are similar. I could call you her of another world, or her you of another world. Oh, but you alone are Alice, and I fell in love with you. Kind, soft Alice, who can be a little strange. Alice who chases after her goals. Alice who somehow fell in love with someone like me. Yes, I think it's a miracle that we met here in this wonderland. Maybe I can begin to heal. Love you, Alice. Not in the way that I don't know what to feel about the Red Queen, but from the depths of my heart, I love you.
The White Queen pressed a kiss onto my lips. My heart raced. I hadn't thought that she would reciprocate my feelings. Tears welled up in my eyes, dripping down my cheeks in disbelief. Yeah, whoa. That was my jump scare. Kiss me again? I kissed again clumsily. White Queen, I love you.
Wish that this world were more perfect so that we could be together. Despite what goes on in our hearts, it's still time for you to depart. You have to leave, Alice. Go back home to your own world.
Come with me?
Can't, Alice. But this world will fall apart now that the Red Queen is truly dead, and I have drained my power as well as in my selfishness. This imperfect wonderland was a miracle. I'm glad I was able to meet you.
I wanted to stay here by her side. White Queen?
Truly.
She put a hand on my shoulder. Oh,
Goodbye.
and pushed. Then I was falling. I tried to go back up, but the Red Queen's power wouldn't respond. As the gate to return to my own world opened, the power evaporated. Falling, 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 I was falling. The White Queen, I wanted to go back to the White Queen. Alice, who had never quite wanted anything so much, wanted to take her hand again, to see her again, to steal a happy ending together with her. Yet no matter what I did, I continued to fall, fall, fall through this darkness too bright. Falling, I left Wonderland and could no longer return. If this were the case, I would have rather forgotten. I would have rather forgotten something very important, but I knew that I would remember everything that happened in Wonderland. I fell until I could fall no more. Hitting the ground, I opened my eyes to reality, seeing my family's house in the distance. The sky was blue, still terribly blue. I started crying. My shoulders shook, hearing as my sisters rushed over to ask what was wrong. I wished and wished to see her again. Surely we would meet again in a reality more wonderful than a dream. One day, while out on a walk with the cats, I stumbled into a girl. Sorry. A girl with white hair.
Alice?
Yeah! Oh my god! White Queen! Oh my god. Right? And then like it's like it's like you were lovers in like another universe and then you meet in your own universe. Dude. My eye is itchy. Oh my god. White Queen ending. Oh, I love women. I love women. Oh. I'm really surprised they didn't. Because, okay, I was. First of all, so the game is good. Despite kind of like the, I guess, uh, awkward words sometimes. Um, Other than that, like the story is good. But it's surprising that because they gave all these trigger warnings, they're like death score, dismemberment, animal cruelty, blah 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 blah, right? And I was like, damn, I'm gonna see a lot of, gory stuff in this game. But there really was barely any CGs with like actual gore. I think the goriest one was literally just her cutting the head off. Like that was it, right? Everything else was kind of thanks, Say. Everything else was kind of normal. Like it was just like red spots and then like detailed descriptions. Yeah. And like um also like what there's so much narration in this game. Like I said it before and then I realized that I had image description on, but like after I turned image description off, there was still a lot of narration. Like I was reading a book. Yeah. Oh, and the sounds too, yeah. Man, I didn't get all deaths, but whatever, it's fine. White Queen, Alice, and Red Queen. Is this like hi? Like what? Not gonna lie, I wanted to see more of the White Rabbit and the Cheshire Cat. And like the White Rabbit actually mostly because I didn't expect them to become like unhinged. I didn't expect them to be like evil. Like yeah, like they follow the Red Queen, so obviously they share the same belief, but like man, like that one conversation they had with the Cheshire Cat, it was like what was it again? I don't know. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit, the White Rabbit's evil. Because I had always thought the White Rabbit was just kind of like a doormat, you know? A doormat. Like white like a Ganyu. Like if Ganyu worked for an evil person, it would be the White Rabbit. If that makes sense. Um right? And then it was like, no, actually the White Rabbit is crazy. Okay. And then we didn't see much of them and I'm kind of sad. I wanted to see more of like crazy White Rabbit. I thought that they were gonna try to like take over the throne now that the Red Queen was dead, you know? Or something like that, since they're kind of like the Red Queen's right hand man. Yeah. Oh well, man. Cheshire Cat too. It was like the arm ripping off was unexpected. But cool because on the sprite, yeah, there is a scar there. And you're like, oh, now it makes sense. That's true. They wouldn't have the powers. But I mean, now the Duchess is ruling, technically in power, right? And the Duchess doesn't have the powers, right? I don't know. It's all too confusing. Cut is CGs. Yeah. Oh, and this one is with the arm sliced off. And this one with the head sliced off. The power of capitalism. Uh, Here's the other thing. Like, I thought, because there is a lack of like gory depiction, like actual photos of gore, drawn gore or whatever, right? I thought when they put the Red Queen together, they were gonna show me like a CG of the Red Queen put together, like with all the nasty descriptions, right? I'm really surprised that we never actually saw the Red Queen, like in Red Queen form in the present. Like this is past Red Queen, right? But like, and the one where she gets her head cut off. But like in the present, as in like, with the dismembered and all the scars on her body from being chopped up, right? We never saw any picture of her like that, which really surprised me. I thought we were gonna see that. Yeah. Just the head. Yeah, just the head. Yeah, see, it was turned to the side when you check it, like at the very beginning, like Death One, right? So I was not expected it to turn. The head was the worst part. Yes, agreed. And then maybe this as second. Yeah. But still, it wasn't that bloody. He even called us a horror game. It felt kind of horror-ish at the beginning, where it felt like Mad Hatter was feeding us human meat. But I think that was other than that, like that was it. They wanted more gay. They sacrificed the horror for more gay. Honestly, a good choice. Okay, wait. I really like this card animation for the menu. This is super cool. This is insanely cool. Yeah. Oh, and like how like the icons do like a little spin when you hover over them too. Man, that's so neat. Crazy what you can do in Ren'Py. Okay, well it's 11:45 and I need to wake up early tomorrow, so I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for watching this kind of not really horror game. Um, and good night. See you tomorrow. Otsushi. Otsushi. Ah.